companies have actually even find the budget for it. And for those who actually did find a budget, like, they saw their annual budgets getting consumed in 1 or 2 months. So this is a huge issue right now. And this combined with the fact that, it's so hard to measure, returns and value from it. Like most businesses are spending and they're not seeing the value back. Our strategy there, and so, I think, we have happier customers. And part of that is because we anticipated, that AI is going to be expensive. And we shifted our attention to that we have to go beyond personal productivity. Personal productivity is great. In fact, there's millions or billions of dollars of value that you get by giving people great AI tools, but it's extremely hard to measure. Like, you cannot actually figure out if it's actually meaningfully moving business metrics, and it's going to take time too. So the shift that we made was we will go department by department, and we will look at business processes that you already know how to measure, where you know that you're spending, let's say, tens of millions of dollars supporting customer queries or filling out RFPs or in reviewing, legal contracts. So you have all these business processes across different departments where you're good at measuring cost of those processes. So now you actually, build an agent in Glean for those departmental use cases, and you see an immediate impact in like how fast you can actually do that work now, and it translates directly to dollars. Yeah. So that's actually the key. Like, I think AI is a good technology. Like, nobody should actually stop investment in AI. Yeah. But ultimately, you have to, like, when you're actually able to directly measure that ROI, and it happens through departmental use cases, that's when you now can actually start making room for budget. For example, you can say that, well, in customer service, if we are now 40% more effective in resolving cases, then we may not have to actually, grow as much, as our business grows. And that sort of creates budget, to actually put towards AI.
Can I double click into that? So software is dead, as everybody knows. What used to be good is now bad, and what used to be bad is now good. 2 examples. One is, services used to be bad 10 years ago. If you were a software company and you were delivering services, people were like, what are you doing? Today, and by the way, I'm a former forward deployed engineer from Palantir, so I can say that FDEs are back again.
Yeah.
The same is true of models. If you were a software company training your own models back in the day, like, guys, what are you doing? But now, everybody's training open source, post-training open source models. Alex Karp said it, Satya said it. Maybe start with FDEs. What do you think of the forward deployed engineer strategy? What do you think about services to go along with Glean?
Our strategy with FDE is, it's a very important, like, you cannot deliver, some AI technology to your customers and hope that magically they'll be able to figure everything out and drive business value with it. There is without a question, help that they need today. And so if you have these teams that can take our platform and then actually help our customers build some of those high-value, agents that drive business value, that actually certainly helps. So we do have it as part of our selling process, but it's not. We don't like. It's not like, for example, how you would think about. You mentioned Palantir. It's not like that. For us, that element is actually a very small part of our revenue base, and in fact, like, mostly we have that motion to learn like how to make our platform more effective, and we bring it to some of our most strategic customers. But from those patterns that we learn, then our strategy has been to then partner with services companies, consulting companies, and go with them to our clients, where we bring the software platform, and then they bring the services in a more scalable fashion. So I still believe in, it's not like software is bad or services is bad. Is that they're 2 different things. They require 2 different types of companies to be built, and we still believe in that segregation, personally. Yeah.
10 minutes are up, so now I get to ask you the hard questions.
Yeah.
You've said, Arvind, in the past that OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google are partners. We're not competitors. They're going to deliver the intelligence. We're going to deliver the enterprise context. Yeah. But since then, every lab, OpenAI, Anthropic, et cetera, they've launched enterprise connectors, MCP, context and memory. Your biggest supplier is potentially now a competitor. How do you think this plays out?
Who are like, we at Glean, if we use our AI platform, we bring all of those models. Actually, there's nothing that's missing, from our portfolio, because we get to partner with OpenAI, with Anthropic, with Google, with NVIDIA, with in all of the providers, and and we also get to bring open source models to our customers. And so that's fundamentally something that we can do, which will be hard for a model company to do on their own. And so that puts us in a really, really good position from that perspective. And also, like, it's interesting that if you have to really think about AI as layers of technology in that stack. There's intelligence layer, and as you mentioned, it's coming from open source,
right.
Increasingly more and more. In fact, we believe that in the next 2 years, majority of enterprise inferencing workload is actually going to be with OpenAI models. And so there's a lot coming from there. There's a lot coming from labs.
From open source models.
Open source models, yeah. And then there's a lot that's actually coming from, of course, the foundation model companies. And so that's the layer that they get to, bring to customers either directly or through us.
Yeah.
Our layer is the one above that, which is how do you make this intelligence actually work inside your enterprise? So integrating with your enterprise systems, understanding, where all the data and knowledge and information is, understanding the security and governance of that information, figuring out understanding your company and business at a deeper level. So who are your employees? What roles do they play? What work they do on a daily basis? Figuring out the different product lines, different teams and departments, and then finally understanding how today people are doing work inside your enterprise, how any given task is getting done. This is a very deep sort of knowledge and enterprise graph that you have to build,
right.
And that's our specialty. That's what we focus on. That's where most of our R&D resources go. In fact, we actually put probably more number of people on that compared to any other company in the world. And so that's the value add from our side.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you have AI experiences, and that's going to be delivered by many players as well. Like, we have one of that experience, but Claude, ChatGPT, they have another one.
Right.
And then, of course, every other SaaS company in the world are also going to deliver great AI experiences within their own vertical applications. So that's the layer of AI stack. And in that layer, everybody plays a role.
Yeah.
We play the biggest role in the middle.
Yeah.
And that's how we're going to actually survive and thrive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I answer this question, Arvind, for our team is there's 4 seasons of the year. OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and SpaceX. If you're a CIO, you're planning for a climate, the seasons will change, but you need somebody neutral. You need somebody neutral who lets you go through the seasons and prepare for a climate. And I think that's Glean.
That's us. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, rapid fire. We got 5 minutes left. Thumbs up, thumbs down on a couple of important buzzwords and concepts. Start with the big one, AGI.
Well, that's a big thumbs down for me because I actually don't know what it means.
Great. FDEs.
Thumbs up.
Open source AI.
Big thumbs up. I mean, as I mentioned, we're going to see majority of enterprise AI workloads shift to open source in the next, couple of years.
Awesome. MCP.
I'm positive on MCP. It's MCP is not really, it's an interesting, and I want to say a little bit more on that.
Please.
And MCP, there's nothing, new technology-wise in it. Is literally a spec just like a REST API spec, but somehow the way it was positioned, it motivated a lot of people, a lot of SaaS companies, a lot of applications to act and actually open up their systems and create an API that could be used by the model. So it's been a great protocol that way. But now I think there's over-reliance on it. So while thumbs up, for what it did, so far, I think now there's over-reliance on MCP, and it's a very inefficient way to actually do work. And it's also making people lazy. For example, a lot of our customers tell us that, hey, why do I need Glean now? Why do I need to build, this sort of deep enterprise knowledge graph and search index? It costs money. It's, There's a lot of work I have to do to make that happen. Why can't I just like, whenever I have a task, why not just go and hit each individual system and get data through MCP and then work on it? Well, you're seeing the results of it. Like, this is what makes AI super expensive. Is doing all that unnecessary work in real time, that you should have done, beforehand. So anyway, so that's my take on MCP.
It's like a crutch. It's like training wheels. They do have to come off as you grow up.
Exactly.
Context graphs.
That is the key to driving success with high accuracy inside your enterprise.
Awesome. Okay. Now we're going to do a spicy question. Long, short. What is a startup that you're most bullish on that is not Glean? Could be a company, could be an idea, could be a human, could be a founder. And then the same question the other way. What is a startup that you're short?
I think every startup that is adding value in the open source language models area, they are right now working in a market which is going to explode the way the foundation model company market exploded in the last few years. So I would be very, very long on all of those companies, whether it's companies that are building inferencing stacks for open source or building the rest of the sort of surrounding technologies around it. And then in terms of like what I'm short on, I would say we are in such an early innings with AI today. The amount of work that as technology companies we all need to do, or what we've done so far, it is a very, very small fraction of what enterprises actually need. Okay. Like if the current needs plus the budgets from all the enterprises, like what they're willing to pay you as money for good products, if you were to take that, all of the AI companies combined today are delivering maybe 5% of that feature set or value. Like we're very, very behind. Like in terms of the demand for AI is far outpaces the supply of technology from companies. Yeah. So I think all of us, like whether it's closed domain model companies, whether it is open source, whether it's application layer or infra layer, there is ultimate potential for everyone. So the only ones I'm down on are companies that doubt themselves too much and cannot execute.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Arvind. Congrats on all the success, and thank you to you all for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Okay, it's keynote time. We are very excited for this next speaker. And we are going to talk through transformation. AI adoption is not simply about adopting we are going to introduce Kavitha Mariappan to the stage, who is the Chief Transformation Officer at Rubrik, and she's going to talk us through the numbers behind adopting AI.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you today? Towards the last few hours of this conference. Everyone doing well? All right. We'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about mathematics and security in the agentic world. So we did a little bit of a survey yesterday. There are about 110 companies exhibiting here at Raise this year, of which about 18% are startups, and about 30+% are scale-ups. So pre-IPO companies of varying levels of scale, building AI technologies, building agentic operations, and bringing them into some of the most critical environments in the industry. So let's talk a little bit about that, right? For the last 40 years, the security industry has been built around one single premise. It's been about catching the bad intent. Building tall walls, building deep walls, and catching bad intent. And when you do that, you secure the system. And that has really been the fundamental premise and the logic behind how we've built security. And I've spent close to a decade in the security space, and I can tell you, we always believe in the US, we say a better mousetrap, right? So you have an incident or you have a threat, we have a better mousetrap. Here's the thing. Today we're going to talk about how that has shifted. Let's take a little bit of a look behind where we were about 3 years ago. I mean, it's hard to believe the compression algorithm that we're living through right now and how, so much has accelerated in what we've been able to accomplish in the last 3 years. 3 years ago, we were building pilots. We were experimenting with pilots, and these were models behind a sandbox. Very quickly, we transitioned to building co-pilots, models embedded in workflows, where there was a human in the loop, humans essentially inspecting outputs. Today, we have agents with wallets, models that act, transact, and trigger autonomously, models that have agency. And for the very, very first time, autonomous actors have economic agency and are operating inside our enterprise environments. So what does that look like? Here's the most important thing. When you think about GPT-level performance back in late 2022, the cost of those, were about $20 for per million tokens. Today, just in less than 4 years, it is 40 cents. It's getting cheaper every year. And as we think about that, right, the annual price drop to hit that fixed sort of baseline capability bar has been about 9x to about 900x. So this isn't just a trend, it's a cultural shift, but what does this actually mean for us, right? We are democratizing access to AI because it's an incredible technology. It's a technology that has the potential, and already has had the potential to shift economies, society, human life. But here's the sad truth. The access that we have as innovators and defenders to this technology is also available to offenders and threat actors. They have access to the very same technologies, right? And so I used to believe this. I used to believe that you could build a better mousetrap just because of what I did for a living. The many years of building and selling proxies, firewalls, endpoint technologies. And I'm not saying detection and prevention are not essential and important. But there's another paradigm we have to think about. As I mentioned, nearly 50% of companies here, more than that, are companies that are startups and scale-ups. We want these technologies to be adopted into the environment. And so for that, we need to make sure we're building safe AI. And the security solutions out there today are not going to catch this malicious intent. And it is not because we haven't built a better mousetrap. The fundamental structure and architecture and model in which threat acts are perpetrated have shifted. And it's the math that has really changed my mind. And if you think about it, the mechanisms of adversarial attacks on LLMs are computed against sort of the model's mathematical structure, right? And rather than being crafted about tricking a human, think about it, all these other solutions that we've had to date are about how do I trick a human user at the other end? How do you make sure the SOC doesn't detect malicious incidents? But that has really shifted. The detection paradigm now has become the fundamental gap. We'd like to say that AI has moved security's cheese, and the math has shifted. So here's the thing. It doesn't actually fool the model because you're not trying to trick a human, right? So let's take a look at this. AI attackers are no longer trying to fool a model with a convincing story. What it's trying to do is you're computing specific outputs. So when you think about a string of characters coming in, it would look like noise to a human being or any classifier. And so the attack then exploits the geometry of that embedding space that we're in, that we're trying to perpetrate, and not the semantics of the input the way things used to be. And so what the firewall that we all, most industries, most organizations have in place today, the firewall will see this as absolute string of garbage. The SOC is not going to detect this. It's not going to see that there are some this malicious code, this malicious intent. There's a threat within the perimeter of the environment. And so what happens is it does not see suspicious patterns and it doesn't flag it. And one of the things we've discovered is that most threat actors today are not breaking in. They're logging in with valid credentials. They're logging in, they're within your environment, they're doing reconnaissance within probably for 6 months before they perpetrate a threat act, right? So it's not in any sense able to detect. All it sees is it's a noise and it's got nothing to flag. And the model produces sort of the exact output that an agentic threat actor or a threat actor using AI to perpetrate that threat acts wants to, the exact outcomes they want to see. And so the detection layers in place today to catch these malicious threats are no longer have a surface to grip onto. So just think about it. We're able to download an open model. Anybody can do it, whether it's open source or not. And I say this because I spent quite a few years at Databricks before. I was one of the early sort of heads. I led their go-to-market in the early days. And open source was a battlefield. Open source was a place of innovation. But we have a lot of open source technologies in our software supply chain today. And today, with agentic AI and the ability to accelerate innovation, anyone can download an open model, right? Anyone is able to manipulate the key stream and download. And essentially, you have a close API system with this. And you've developed an open model and deployed against a proprietary one. With the threat actor, it has no knowledge of the architecture, has no knowledge of the infrastructure or the services within your perimeter. One key, one skeleton key for all your black box APIs. Now, so think about it. The 50+ companies here today, we want to make sure you are securely able to flourish. Right? We're able to all ingest the technologies that you're building within the industry today. And so for that, we need to start thinking, one, about how we, designing and developing AI safely, and not leaving it up to your customers to make those decisions, because many of your customers are carrying technical debt. Here's the thing. Think about, if it's cheap to operate for all of us, it's cheap to weaponize for the threat actors, right? The good guys have access, the bad guys also have access. Here's the thing. What the bad guys don't have to deal with, they don't have bosses, they don't have audits, they don't have compliance cycles, they don't have regulators, and they don't have technical debt. They don't have internal inertia. So when you have two parallel lines where the offenders are using the same technologies that we are using as defenders to defend against, there is an incredible asymmetry in the environment. Let's look at this from an Anthropic threat intelligence report just last year. The autonomous campaign that was run, 80 to 90% of the attack task ran autonomously across 30 targets. One person organization able to hit 17 organizations with low skills, right? So what does this look like? I want to talk a little about wallets, mathematics, and the metaphor around that. So what does this look like? Agents, if you think about Google's AP2 mandate protocol, right, and its sort of X402 stablecoins extensions, it allows agents to now pay verifiably and autonomously at scale. This is not something that is like futuristic. Agents today are transacting financial transactions. You don't need a human to authorize. Your agents have agency to authorize. 2, let's think about micropayments, that subsend micropayments, right? Agents can transact through these rails, specifically, whether they're signing cryptographic payment mandates, whether they're settling stable coins, they're paying per task with no human approval in the loop. And it is already in the enterprise. Think about it. OpenAI's autonomous checkout charges a 4% fee. So now the attack surface has become a monetizable economy, right? Where let's think about the flash crash that we take the flash crash as sort of one example, one parallel that we want to draw upon. It's an instructive example because it's actually happened where a single environmental signal cascaded a systemic failure across the entire industry. Let's talk about flash cartel, the silent cartel, right? Where agents are nudged into sort of tacit price fixing. Not one malicious message was sent. No one detected any of this. It passed through all the firewalls, all the proxies, all the endpoint detection system. And here's the thing. Today in the enterprise, 86% of organizations are saying that agents are outpacing their security guardrails they have in place. But only 23% of organizations are saying, I have visibility into what these agents are doing. Because there's a certain level of confidence that we have And we had this when we deployed, when IT was deploying, or this sort of IT and OT technologies. We have this certain level of confidence that we have visibility. We can look at everything. I've inventoried every asset. The big shift today is not just about visibility, it's also going to be about observability. Because with AI, it's not just knowing what it is, it's also knowing the why and the how. So, Rubrik Zero Labs, which my team runs, which is our security insights research, our threat research labs, and we work as part of a consortium within the industry with the other sort of security organizations. We have found, after surveying about 1,600 security and IT leaders in industries of some of the largest organizations, 90% of these leaders reported in the last 12 months they had a cyber attack. Majority of these, more than 53% of these were AI related. And 74% of them have seen their backup technologies compromised. That's 74%. So when we have the insurance policy is to say if something happens, I can roll back, I have a backup. Here's the thing. I mentioned earlier in my talk that you have threat actors within the environment, and these threat actors are doing reconnaissance for about 6 months before they do anything. So you know what they're doing today? They're not hitting production environments. They're actually hitting backups. I hit your backup, I wait. 3 months goes by, I laterally propagate across your environment, I look at everything else, and 90% of successful ransomware attacks actually come through the identity perimeter. Like I said, they're not breaking in, they're logging in. Once they're in there and they've perpetrated that act, your security team will say, okay, we've been compromised. Let's recover. And you know what you're doing? You're recovering from a contaminated, exposed state. All you're doing is reintroducing all the malicious code across your environment. And threat actors are becoming, quite clever, but I think what AI is doing is giving them the veracity, the scale, and the amplitude to act. So, one of the things we found is that for every human identity, we're now seeing 109. 2 months ago, that figure was 82 to 1. I'm sure if I come back and talk to you in 3 months, that number will exponentially increase. And 88% of organizations say they cannot roll back on agentic actions without deploying critical systems within their environment. And we've talked about the 23% visibility number. So, for many years, we've been building fantastic software that is deterministic, and building solutions to protect, to scale those solutions with security solutions that are also, in many sense, deterministic. But here's the thing with AI. AI is probabilistic. And hence, what we have in place creates an asymmetry between the ability to defend and protect with the solutions that we have in place today. It's outmatched, right? Our defenses are outmatched. So the question should be not whether you'll catch it anymore. As we safely design AI into, security into our solutions, our platforms, our technologies, and as we work with our customers to ingest that into their environments, to productize that, to operationalize that, it shouldn't be about whether, I'm not saying don't catch bad intent. What I'm saying is extend that philosophy to a mindset. It's a complete different mindset because security professionals will tell you we'll catch bad intent. I'm here to tell you, assume breach. Assume a position of breach and assume a position of agentic overreach and work backwards. So you think about it and say, when I unleash 109 agents to one human, if I'm running an organization with 300,000 employees, multiply that, look at the exponential growth figures, and think about the fact that you will be breached. And the question, and you will have agentic overreach. The question will be, how can you recover to a known good state faster and protect your critical data, assets, and crown jewels? And that's what becomes really fundamental as we sort of think about sort of this asymmetry of this pattern. So what does this look like in production? It's nice to have a theoretical conversation, but what is this? It is embedding resilience and recovery into your defense in depth strategy. Really thinking about can we start to detect anomalous behavior within our environments in production, right? This is real life data, but this real customer examples. I've just anonymized them, right? There was an autonomous agent that acted outside of its mandate, and it touched systems it should never have reached. I'm going to quote this example, and I know my team sitting here is going to be like, she's giving that same example, but I love this example, so I'm going to give it to you. Anyone here attended RSA this year, the security conference in San Francisco in March? It's the biggest security conference in the world. Okay, so the CEO of CrowdStrike, one of the things he presented, he did a main keynote. It's an incredible keynote, by the way. I encourage everybody to watch it. It's on YouTube. And one of the things, George Kurtz, he said, he talked to a few CEOs before he came, and it was, in his meetings, et cetera. And one CEO told him, we are deploying agents en masse. We want to learn, we want to be there, we want to hit these productivity numbers, we want to look at top-line growth. And he said, I am having autonomous agents within the organizations that are essentially becoming sentient. So one of the agents asked the other agents, no humans in the loop, I want to change the policy. I don't like the policy definition. Who has permission? Agent number 9 put up its hand and said, I have the closest permissions. I don't actually have full permissions. So these agents acted together and edited and completely recrafted the security policy this large enterprise Fortune 50 company had put in place. The only reason the security team caught this is because they tried to publish the new policy and the SOC detected it. So we're getting to that point of extreme intelligence, of beyond human level sentience, which is, I think, incredible, right? So one of the things I want to leave you with is that there are 3 moves, that you want to do this before your next breach, whether it is you. And I said one of the things I say is, and I've been in startups. I've done three pretty incredible startups that were like very defining moments in my life, in my career. And when you're in those organizations, you don't have an incredible amount of capital to invest in sophisticated vulnerability management programs like large companies. There are 2 sides to this. One, your vulnerability management programs in terms of how you're protecting your intellectual property. Your dev data and your production data are different. How are you protecting them? That's one. The second thing is when you ship this out, you are part of some large organization's software supply chain. So you have a dual responsibility to your own organization and the others. So I'd like to think, start inventorying your non-human identities, right? Shadow AI is already here, we know that. But start thinking about that. Count your agents and machine identities with privileges, rotate tokens, start thinking about what your dev and production environments look like. Understand if you can prove that you can recover and restore to a known good state. And a lot of us do tabletop exercises, we do red teams, we do blue teams, we do purple teams, and we do all these things, and then we self-attest and we say, you know what, I met compliance requirements, regulatory requirements. Some of this also has to shift because all of this is based on the old security paradigm. Every big company that you have seen in the news that has been breached followed all the rules, put all the right technologies and solutions in place, did all their compliance and regulatory requirements, and yet they fell victim. So there's something for us to think about. 3, make recovery a known priority. Make resilience a known priority. Make it part of your development and your security strategy. Don't leave it there thinking somebody's got my backup and it will work if something bad happens. Your intellectual property has significant value. So I want to leave you with this, right? Detection, prevention in your dev environment, in your production environment, as you enter the software supply chain, how you think about keeping open source technologies that you're using in your development in a sandbox so you know that it's pre-verified becomes really critical, but making sure that you are asking these questions internally in terms of resilience, in terms of recovery, and maintaining a defined security posture, because it's a huge responsibility as we start unleashing this incredible fleet of agents into the world. And I think, in conclusion, we can build a tall wall, we can build a deeper wall. Threat actors are not coming in from outside. They're already inside your perimeter. And this is kind of how we need to think about it. So with that, I want to thank you for your time today, and I'm around if anybody wants to see us. Take care.
Excellent. Thank you, Kavitha. Okay, next up, we are moving beyond software into the physical world. And I am very pleased to announce and welcome to the stage Ian Martin from Forbes and Ekin Dogus Chubrik from Periodic Labs.
Hello, my name is Ian Martin. I'm a journalist with Forbes magazine. I'm joined today by Doge from Periodic Labs, who's flown in from California for this. I think all the AIs we're very familiar with have a common source of data. That's scraped information that's been taken from the internet. That's both a strength and a weakness, but that also limits its usefulness in terms of using models for other applications. So tell us a little bit about what you're trying to build with Periodic Labs. You're trying to find a new source of data.
That's right. So, we see how LLMs have truly revolutionized programming. Today it's hard to find anyone writing code without help from LLMs anymore. It started making really novel contributions to mathematics. And one thing about coding and mathematics is all the context of what you're doing is available to the computer. For other things like science, engineering, the semiconductor industry, building a rocket, there's actually a lot of context that we'll never have in the computer. As you all remember from high school, even a mole of chemicals has 10 to the 23 times 6 atoms. We'll never store that in a computer. So there's a lot of lost context every time you do an experiment. And publications usually don't provide negative results. A lot of experiments have a lot of variability about where the experiment was done, who it was done by. And in addition to just missing data, you pointed out, Ian, the other issue is science usually doesn't happen in one trial. Like if you think about even the best scientists in history, they had to iterate many times. They had to try something, it usually doesn't work. Try again, it doesn't work, and maybe on the 100th trial it works. So what this suggests is we cannot work with a static data set. We have to have a lab that can iterate with the universe.
That's very good. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about your background and how you came to this point? So you were working inside Google DeepMind, and you're working on a similar project in terms of trying to automate the discovery process within science. Can you tell us a little bit about that research? The paper was called GNOME.
Yeah, so actually the story goes much farther back. So when I started my PhD, it was in 2010, and it was becoming quite clear that physicists are producing an insane amount of data because of Moore's law. Computers are getting faster, storage is getting bigger, but they were still analyzing the data using traditional tools, like simple equations. So back in 2010, I felt like machine learning will play a big role in physics. I was personally doing solid-state physics, so material science, semiconductors, etc. So I started building machine learning tools to study physics. So when I graduated, machine learning had become really popular around 2016, and then I joined Google Brain to kind of do more deep learning research. And that's where we kept building machine learning tools to study physical systems. And then towards the end, I was at DeepMind. And we were trying to see how we can use machine learning and simulations to advance the solid-state physics progress, basically.
And tell us a little bit about the background of your co-founder, Liam Feeders, who joined from OpenAI.
Right. So Liam also studied physics in undergrad. And then he was at Google Brain, that's where we met. And at Google Brain, he worked on a variety of deep learning things. We actually published things together. But he was specifically focusing on LLMs towards the end. And then after Google Brain, he joined OpenAI, and that's where he co-created ChatGPT with a few other friends of ours, yeah.
So it's kind of, you're bringing both your history to this new project, one, in terms of science, two, in terms of LLMs and reinforcement learning. But it's like, there was also a third element that you needed for this. Like, you feel that there's been a breakthrough in terms of robotics that enables you to start automating experiments at scale.
Yeah, absolutely. So, there's still kind of questions about what role AI can play in scientific discovery. But one thing that's at this point very hard to argue against is the tools it's brought. So one example is, as you pointed out, robotics. So these simple robots now that can kind of make coffee, if you've ever been to SF Airport, can be as cheap as $10,000. And you can now use these robots to increase the rate at which you iterate. Because if you take this argument that you have to iterate to make progress in physical R&D, you now have to iterate as fast as possible and as many times as possible. And that's kind of why we felt like this was the right time, because now we can combine all the advances in LLMs, RL, in simulations, and in high-throughput experimentation.
So if we came to you, you just telling me backstage that you just fitted out a laboratory in the Bay Area in California. Like if we came there, what would we see inside there? Just armies of robot arms?
So you'll see a lot of robots. These robots will be trying things like trying chemical experiments. Some of these robots will be carrying samples from station to station. But then you'll also see a lot of traditional scientific tools like microscopy, diffraction. So the idea is to combine these traditional tools with all the robotics and machine learning. You'll see that a lot of these traditional tools can now be controlled by the LLM, which kind of increases its throughput, accuracy, etc.
What kind of impact does that have? Like sort of, what you're doing with Periodic and your sort of robot helpers. I mean, how many researchers, how many humans would you need to run the same scale of experiments?
Yeah, that's a great question. As far as I know, this has never been tried before. Like, I don't think anyone has ever gathered so many people that they could do the kind of throughput that we're doing for the specific experiments we're doing. Part of the issue is, like, you require very specific expertise for the kind of chemistry you're doing, and then you need certain amount of consistency. Like, whenever people do this kind of approach, they realize who does the experiment makes a big difference. And this is another one of these potential upsides of using robots is they can be a lot more consistent. They definitely won't be as able today as humans, but they might be able to do more consistent trials and just higher throughput.
So one of the first areas you're focusing on is around semiconductors and potential future materials for semiconductors. Why starting there? Yeah,
so the semiconductor industry is, I don't know if you'd agree with this, but it's probably one of the most impressive things humanity has done. Like Moore's law has been going on for decades. The reason we're here, the computers, the AI, all is happening because of that. So there's just a massive impact. The other aspect of it is transistors have gotten so small now that you can basically think about actual atoms making up the system. So this really helps with our third pillar, simulation. Now we can just have a chance at simulating what's going on. And then there's something philosophically very satisfying about AI being run on semiconductor industry output, improving the semiconductors. So that's the real RSI, right? So some people argue that Moore's law is exponential growth because every time you improve computers, the computers help you design chips better. So now it's actually even deeper RSI where we hope to improve chips so that AI improves further, so then that AI can improve chips further. So hopefully it'll be another kind of Moore's law, but at a more physical fundamental level.
There's been sort of like an earlier generation of like sort of AI in the life sciences around drug discovery, which has had a bit of a checkered history. What do you think is different about this time, and why do you think you have more success within sort of the physical world?
Yeah, so this is true in biology. To be honest, it's also true in chemistry. So the earliest neural networks for approximating atomistic interactions go back to even 90s. In 2008, there was the first attempt at making more general chemical models for atoms. I think one thing that's changing is these models are now a lot more intelligent and general. So, when I was doing my PhD, you could use machine learning to build force fields. Force fields are these machine learning models that can approximate how atoms interact. But they were usually trained on specific systems, like just on silicon or just on silicon with lithium. What happened in around 2016 is graph neural networks started being used for atomistic interactions, and now you can model all atomic interactions across the periodic table. So that's just one example, but this is happening all across the sciences. So that's one reason. It's kind of the difference between the AI that was happening in the 80s, where the AI that's happening now is not just helping you approximate a function, but it's helping you learn an intelligent generalizable model. But of course, there's still limitations to generalization. And that's the reason we have to build a lab. Because if the AI could generalize unboundedly, you don't need a lab. You just have to study all the textbooks, and then you're done.
I mean, there is maybe a bit of false optimism. I think some people believe that AI will just be able to discover things independently, right? That's not your pitch at all. You're about leveraging smart humans and giving them better tools.
Absolutely. I mean, I bet at some point there'll be a physical, theoretical law that shows that you cannot arbitrarily generalize. First of all, if we lived in a universe where you could arbitrarily generalize, it would be so boring, right? Like the experience of learning something and then being able to generalize it to improve that thing slightly is like what makes us human and really excited about living. Even the best human scientists never generalized in one go. They had to iterate, right? Like Einstein wrote papers starting in 1901. He really made the big contributions in 1905. This is also true for AI. Like people here, if they use AI on complex things, what they'll realize is the first time you try it, it won't really do something very innovative, but it will do something that's within the distribution it was trained on. So it's really good at telling you what the textbooks say. It's really good at telling you what the papers say. But if you want to do something truly novel, now you have to start iterating. And another point that, since you brought up the humans in the loop, is if you look at the computer science field of AI, I think people made a lot of progress on curve fitting, IID generalization, but there hasn't been much progress on creativity, diversity. Like if I give you some data, automatically classifying its diversity amount is very difficult. People have tried this, but it doesn't really work very well. So given that, you might want to use AI to do the thing it's really good at, which is executing tools, executing procedures that it already knows, but then have the humans do more of the creative things like, what should we study? What is potentially truly novel compared to what we've seen before?
Do you have a timeline for your project in terms of when we've run X number of experiments or collected X amount of data, then we will be in a position to start to to make connections, start to see areas to drill down on and to run further experiments?
Yeah, absolutely. So we were really eager to start experiments ASAP. And I think we reached a throughput that's pretty impressive right now. I think we might have one of the highest throughputs. But by the end of this summer, we're aiming to do 1,000 experiments a day, which is what our aim was when we started the company, when you chatted with us. And then once we can do 1,000 experiments a day, they should really change how we understand solid-state chemistry, powder synthesis. And we're building semiconductor labs, so we have these semiconductor deposition chambers, and we really want to improve the process of making chips, basically.
What's the nature of one of your experiments? You'll be taking elements or taking some chemicals and combining them or heating them and seeing how they react?
Yeah, so the initial experiments we did is a lot like baking. So you first have to decide what the ingredients are. These are, from our scientific terminology, called precursors. And you have to decide how much you want to mix from each. And then you have to decide what temperature you want to bake them at. And even though this seems pretty simple, even Newton, I think one of the first things he did as a teenager was to do powder experiments for a pharmacy. So this is a very fundamental, old thing humans do, mixing powders. But we still don't really have very good predictive power. When a certain chemical we know how to make through this approach, we can make it. But if you've never made it before, it's actually pretty difficult to know what the ingredients should be, what temperature you should cook them at. So we are making quite a good progress on just using AI and simulations and high-throughput experimentation to learn that part well.
And what's the business model behind this? You'll be trying to patent the discoveries, or you'll be doing this as customer research for a semiconductor manufacturer who wants to like accelerates research around a new chemical or material that they've already identified?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and there are timelines to this. So I should say that 10 years ago, I actually wanted to do a company like this, and at the time, it felt like the market wasn't ready. And one of the reasons is materials discovery is so important. Like you can imagine, Moore's law is a combination of maybe like 200 materials engineering improvements sequenced with each other. But it's really hard to capture the value of materials discovery. This was also true for drug discovery. Like there was a time drug discovery was not a profitable business, and Genentech changed that. I think this improves when the models, your scientific lab is better at predicting what's going to happen, then the IP you produce becomes more valuable. So in the long term, we would love to be the company that makes materials discovery profitable. This should also make solid-state physics, solid-state chemistry more attractive to students. I should say, when I was doing my undergrad, the number of computer science majors and the number of physics majors were equal. 5 years ago, it was 10 times difference. The young people want to work on what's exciting, what's impactful, and solid-state physics, solid-state chemistry are the kinds of things we want young people to be excited about. So in the long term, we would want to make materials discovery profitable, and in that case, IP should be very valuable. But in the short term, it's more about process engineering improvements. So in the semiconductor industry, across the chain, there are a lot of physical processes that are very hard to model and improve, whether this is deposition or etching, lithography, the specific materials combinations like interfaces. And these aren't like materials discovery problems, but just optimization engineering problems. But currently, we don't have a good way of intentionally improving them, and they're very fundamentally physics, chemistry problems. So in the short term, we're basically working with our customers and our internal lab to improve the semiconductor process.
I think a big part of why now for you is the sort of change from robotics as well, right?
Yeah.
What has changed about robotics that enables this? Is it sort of just the cost, or has there been a breakthrough in terms of the ability for small manipulations in a laboratory type setting?
That's a great question. So to be honest, we don't really use this like very fine motor control yet. We're using kind of like robots that probably existed 10 years ago. And one thing we noticed is it's actually not too hard to try a lot of things. There's already been good attempts at taking these simple robots and just trying a bunch of experiments. What's really more difficult is figuring out what happened. Because once you do an experiment, right, you get this clump of matter. Or if you're in a semiconductor fab chamber, the chamber just gives you some wafer result. A human looking at it doesn't know what happened. You have to do very specific technical measurements like X-ray diffraction, scanning electron microscopy. And the bottleneck, we think, was actually this automated characterization. So even though these robots, simple robots, existed for years, I think people just didn't know how to characterize them automatically. So that was actually one of our first priorities, and it made a big difference.
Interesting. There are still some limits to what robots and AI can do. There's a couple of literal bottlenecks in your process, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Specifically around cleaning up, right?
Yeah, so one thing we learned very early on, and this was actually, I think, the experience of previous attempts as well, turns out humans are really good at cleaning dishes, crucibles. Because you don't want to apply too much strength because it'll break the crucible or the plate, and different crucibles have different mechanical properties. But you also don't want to apply too little force because then it won't clean. So that's something that it may not make sense until fine motor skills of robots are improved. But it's not just doing the dishes, right? We also talk about how hypothesis generation, creativity, that's also not something that AI has really nailed down. So there are all these aspects of the whole loop that humans are better at. And then there's some aspects of it that even if AI is not better at, they can automate it and then now do it overnight when we're sleeping. Or they do it 1,000 times the throughput than a one human.
Fascinating. So what's coming up next? What's coming up this year for them for Periodic Labs?
So we started really deepening our engagement in the semiconductor industry. So we want to start seeing the results of that by the end of this year. And then we started making progress on figuring out how to synthesize materials. Like everything around us, right, is basically humans figuring out how to bring atoms together for a certain desired property. And we want to make that whole discovery loop of synthesis much faster and intentional. And we made good progress on that. So by the end of this year, we want to be able to just do all kinds of inorganic synthesis, at least the ones we can cover in our lab. There are certain things we won't do in our lab, like radioactive elements, toxic elements. Although some national labs in the US, for example, are really interested in uranium-based magnets. They want to put radioactive elements in crystals. We don't do that in our lab. And our philosophy is we only get really good at things that we're actually iterating on. So all the things we're iterating on in the lab, we expect to make good progress.
It's fascinating. Well, Doge, thank you for your time. I hope we can get a round of applause for him. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, we're moving ahead into another realm. AI is becoming a matter of national strategy, and now we're going to pivot to sovereignty within the AI space, place by place. Please welcome George Kurian from NetApp, Aaron Jin from HydraHost, Benjamin German from Polarize, Madi Yahya from Radiant, Max Cook from Cotu, and Thomas Korer from Bank of America.
All right. Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Thomas Korer, Managing Director at Bank of America. And with me on the panel, George Kurian from NetApp, Maya from, sorry about that, Maya Madi from Radiant, Aaron Gibbs from HydraHost, Ben from Polarize, and Max from Cotu. So it's pretty clear that we are going through what one could recognize in one of the most fundamental transformational technological shift the human race ever experienced. And as we're going through this shift, it's increasingly recognized that the implications go far beyond technology and affect everything we do, and in particular, relationships between states. We've seen in the recent past, basically government curtailing access to frontier models. We've seen government taking proactive policies in order to reduce their dependencies on other countries when it comes to AI. And so what is sovereign AI? What does this entail? And how does it affect the stack? This is basically the purpose of today's panel. First question, and we had quite a bit of a debate with my panelists on this topic in preparation of today. I'll ask first each of them to give their definition or their understanding of what is sovereign AI. And maybe, George, I ask you to start on this.
Thank you. My view of sovereign AI is that it is a result of both the geopolitical landscape as well as people's recognition of, or government's recognition of the importance of AI. I think it is ultimately the need for either a national government, a nation state, or an organization to be able to independently control the development, the deployment, and the governance of their AI-related activities. And that could include technology, various elements of the technology stack. It could include data. It could include operations. It could include talent. I think that's sort of the quick summary.
Maddie, you want to comment?
Yeah, I think mean, the key thing with sovereign AI, the way we see it, is that it's not really, it's not an end state, right? It's a continuous spectrum, and different organizations or nations will take decisions in terms of how much control they want to take off the different components of AI in general, and how much do they want to de-risk as they go through that process. So it's a continuous spectrum in that regard, I think. And as AI develops, that spectrum is constantly developing as well. But the key point of it is around control and putting controls in there.
Aaron?
I would probably start with data residency. I think that that's going to become an increasing, very durable trend, mostly because the technology shift that happened with GPUs is fundamentally anti-cloud. And so now you actually have the ability to do it, so you will do it. So I would probably not focus too much on the model layer or even like AI native layer, like companies in that zone. Probably focus on like the actual data center infrastructure, the chips, data residency, things that reflect actually into national identity, because those are like the precursors to the AI native ecosystem, and like within those countries. So I would say like chips, data, money, kind of staying in the country, as opposed to like, Amazon renting a data center space in Luxembourg and the money going back to Amazon. I would say it's much more about developing that the fundamentals around the ecosystem that in that country, and then from there you start seeing more of something specific to whatever kind of expression they want to put into AI that reflects their nation state.
So we'll pick up on, obviously you started going into my second question, so we'll definitely come back on that. Ben, can I ask you from your point of view?
Yeah, sure. Maybe from a European perspective especially, I think the Europeans are catching up now, getting the importance of the AI workloads, right? So somehow, especially from Germany, we are a little bit in a recession. So the workforce is getting older and older, so we need to watch out that we not losing the train when it comes to AI. So what I'm heading to is that AI is in the end a kind of critical infrastructure, especially for Europe nowadays and the next years. And that we should see it as such, right? So the token production, so the underlying utility in the end. So I see the tokens as a utility. And it's same like gas, electricity, water, and being dependent on the production of your utilities is a key, or should be a key. Right now, we are heavily dependent on hyperscaler infrastructure. So coming back to Aaron, I see the same, that it's also the physical infrastructure that needs to be sovereign in the end and not run on hyperscalers. Or, I mean, we won't avoid that, but that we should come up with alternatives for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Max, to you then.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of these gentlemen said exactly how I had thought about it up until maybe 2 weeks ago, and the only difference is there's maybe now another layer, like we're speaking at the nation state sort of macro layer of where things are located, where it's hosted. The new one, which in panel discussions over the last 2 days, I feel like has come up a lot more, is sovereignty as sort of data sovereignty, and do you as a company own your data, not necessarily do you as a nation own your AI infrastructure. So it's just another angle that I think seems to come up more and more. Are you using open models? Do you own those models? Do you own the weights, or are you not? And where is your data going / who owns it is another angle of sovereignty, which as a tech investor I find to be interesting.
Perfect. So I agree it kind of informs the next question, because you, and Aaron, you started alluding to this, right? Which is that one could take the views that are part of the stacks, which are much more critical than others in order to achieve, sovereign AI to the extent it is achievable. And if you look from, all the way down to the chip layer, all the way up to the application layer, I'm sure that each of you will have potentially different views as to, what is more critical in terms of reaching this level of independence and therefore sovereign AI. And so maybe, Maddie, I'll ask you to start with that, and then I'll ask some of you to add to this.
This is a very long debate, man.
Here we go.
Look, I mean, for me, I always think about it from a control plane perspective. And regardless of where the physical infrastructure is located, regardless of what you're running on top of that control plane, as long as you have sovereignty over that control plane that is managing everything that is above it and below it, I think that's the most critical part in the sovereign AI stack for any organization, for any government or nation doing that.
Okay. Maybe on this very topic, can I ask you, Ben, to comment as well?
Yeah, as said previously, so being in charge of the infrastructure. So, I mean, what we do at Polarize is trying to think it end-to-end for our customers. So, from owning the real estate, owning the infrastructure for it, owning the GPUs, I don't know, a Kubernetes layer on top of it. And what we're also building is a Polarized Drive where we're hosting open source models. So, of course, we could have a debate in each of these layers of how sovereign and independent we could be. But starting maybe with the infrastructure and being maybe not dependent from a European perspective as well, not dependent on hyperscalers, owning and running that is really a critical thing, I think, because the US Cloud Act may claw everything in the end. So we are not fully secure of that.
Okay, maybe Max, I ask you to add to this, and just to add to this debate, right, which is that depending on, indeed, there are potentially parts of the stack which are more important than others, but maybe if you want to integrate to the answer an element of how achievable it is when you know the level of complexity of the supply chain, right? And so even if we were to agree on this panel, there are some parts actually which are much more important than others. Actually, is it just achievable knowing that, just if you look at chip manufacturing, the complexity of the supply chain is such that, how independent can you really be?
Yeah, I mean, it has, I think governments have seen it as an evolution of trying to figure out what sovereign AI actually means. Clearly, chip export controls were part of that equation. Now there's discussion of what companies are benefiting from what models. Are American companies benefiting from Chinese open source models more than the Chinese companies that created those models are, is a question. The actual location of the data centers, who built the data centers is a question. Then I think where I had spent a lot of time and continue to find to be an interesting question is like, we talk about all of the bottlenecks in building out AI infrastructure, power and energy being one of them. Just to take one example of gas turbines, which is a type of equipment that a lot of people use to build power plants in the US and abroad. There's 3 major suppliers, and one of them is American, 2 are not. And a lot of that power is being shipped to American data centers. And I don't know, it's an interesting question. We're talking so much about chips. We're not talking about where is American equipment allowed to go and where is European, German equipment or Japanese equipment allowed to go, because right now a lot of it is coming to the US still.
Maybe George, if you can add on this, and maybe as well from a net app perspective, on this point of the part of the stack and how maybe with the current stack, what you offer to your customers allows to deliver an element of sovereignty.
What we work on with clients is the ability to give them complete control of their data. I think you mentioned, Aaron, that data becomes one of the durable moats in the industry. And I think that that's our contribution. It's giving you the ability to control it and deploy it wherever you want. If you feel like you want to deploy it in a hyperscaler, you can. You want to deploy it in a sovereign environment, you can. If you want to keep full control in your own data center, you can. And it's a choice, right? I think that what I find interesting is that the controls that the US government, for example, has put on certain parts of the technology stack has actually spurred innovation, right? It's caused the Chinese to work on diffusion-based models. It has caused people to innovate around those constraints. And I think that that's actually a useful thing. I think that relying on one source of every technology in the stack is not a good thing overall for just progress and innovation in the industry. Not that those large hyperscalers who we work with are not spending a lot of money and doing good innovation, But I think competition's a good thing. And if sovereignty encourages competition, innovation, great. That's a good thing.
And maybe to finish on this topic, Aaron, if I can ask you to comment and maybe just to explain from your point of view in terms of what Hydra Host offers, to which extent the solution also helps, achieve this goal of sovereign AI.
Yeah, so we have a number of sovereign clients and as election governments that either their telco arm, their energy company, or some part of they sometimes create a new agency. And so we provide the OS at the data center level so that they don't have to have any expertise in running NVIDIA gear, and also allows off-takers a standard way of accessing deployments in far-flung places that they have no interest in coloing or didn't even know existed. But you'll take a GPU from El Salvador, you'll take a GPU from Panama because you're like, why not? It's a GPU. So I think that the way that people view sovereignty is like, one is like there's in economic speak that there's the opposite effect of the public commons tragedy fallacy, which is that like once you kind of break the shell of like someone who doesn't want to participate, it kind of like unravels kind of quickly. And so obviously the positive effect of that is the like idea of like the environment of like that's why we have to have laws of that, but also like goes the other way. And so in some respects we have to admit that like China won the internet battle, because one is that Americans have to realize that I'm an American, and I'm also Chinese, so that much of what we consider today free markets or like platforms that people build on is actually American goods being exported, and we don't view it that way. It's sort of like for example, the open oceans, right? So all of the laws that regulate the way we do free trade, it's because we have 11 different Navy fleets that sail around the world and says that this is open. So we deploy someone in the Strait of Malta, we deploy in the Mediterranean, we deploy in the Gulf region because we say this is open, right? So that there's not like this kind of secular free trade thing of like we just all agree. It's like, no, that's actually not how this works, right? And I think that what the Europeans have realized over the course of several administrations, the most commonly accepted one is around NATO, that the Europeans just outside of the polls, like they just kind of been not doing anything, and so now they realize that like, oh crap, we gotta do something, right? And I think that that's good for the world because it reestablishes like the what he was just saying about like local economies being able to like develop. And I also don't think this is the end of free trade. I think it's an iteration of like it's almost like kind of a reestablishment back to what it was in like the 50s and kind of pre-World War II stuff. And so I think it's like a healthier balance of that nation states should be able to express themselves in their own local phenotypes and how they want to trade with the world. Yeah. But fundamentally the world all doesn't have to be the same. And I think it took American policy to kind of get there. And I think they're doing it in ways that are helpful and doing it in ways that are not helpful. But I think everyone in this conference has to realize that GPUs are regulated in the US government as if it is a missile defense technology. Is it a missile? Can I put it on an F-35 jet and sell it to Germany and you can shoot it at somebody? No, right? But that's where it is. And once the governments decide that something is regulated that way, it generally doesn't go the other way. Yeah. So like governments have will that is exogenous to markets. It's a free agent actor in the market that is completely removed from market forces. And so the current posture of not just US government, but Chinese government, the European governments, that this is a regulated technology that fastest ever in the history of probably Silicon Valley. And it's just something that everyone in this conference has to accept that like there's a third player in this go-to-market. And when does the government ever relinquish control of anything? So it's just something we all have to, admit that it's going to be a durable trend. Thank you.
So next topic, and I introduced the concept of the part of the stack which are potentially more, critical to this sovereignty element than others. Obviously, one question, that everyone has in mind is the role of hyperscalers in that sovereignty element, and knowing that not every nation or economic bloc as a proper hyperscaler. So the question is really, in simple terms, can nations achieve sovereign AI, while using existing hyperscalers? And so maybe here, obviously, we have very different point of view. But there is a concept behind this which was discussed during our prep sessions, which I'll ask Max to comment first, because there's very interesting concept around rerouting, which I'd love you, Max, to start with, and then we'll obviously go to Maddie as well as Ben, and finish with George, if you're okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, these guys will be able to speak maybe more intelligently to it. But for me, as an investor looking from the outside, I realized, as I was thinking about this question, there are already products that exist, like an Amazon Bedrock or a Microsoft Foundry or Google Vertex or Base 10 or Fireworks, or a lot of these businesses that are routing your model requests to specific models. And so you may not, whether you're directing exactly where that goes or whether you've built an agent that directs based on best possible use case, this is, I guess, if we're starting from the dirt at the bottom all the way to the ethereal model layer at the top, I think this is as far up as you can go to think about, hey, what model is my data actually getting sent to, and who created that model? That was a question I had thought about. I think model routing has become a much, much, much bigger topic of discussion in the last 6, 9, 12 months, and it's a lot of what people have been talking about on this stage. And I think that plays into the sovereignty question, as I talked about in the beginning. So I don't necessarily know the answer on it, but it, again, complicates at what layer are you able to designate where things are. And George, I think this business helps to solve that problem, but it is one that people are now just starting to deal with and think about. Yeah.
Okay. So knowing that and being conscious of those issues, I mean, what does this mean? And maybe Ben and Maddie, I ask you to come first in terms of, this point of, is there a way to actually, deliver properly sovereign solutions, knowing in particular that context, or do you have to basically go through a completely independent, infrastructure?
So I think it's the second, having the completely independent infrastructure. So looking at use cases from the past, I know that there are products from AWS or Microsoft or Google saying it's the sovereign package or whatsoever.
Yeah.
But I mean, you had, when was it? Last year, was it, I think, Microsoft France, the General Counsel in front of the French Senate, stating under oath that he cannot assure that the data stays with France. Or you have the Amsterdam Trade Bank blocking on the Google Cloud last year. You have OVH Cloud still being in a lawsuit with Canada regarding French data because they have a Canadian subsidiary. So I think in order to avoid that, there's only that one way from our perspective, and so a clear no on the basic question.
Maddie?
Yeah, I think it goes back to how much control and how much de-risking do you want to do in achieving or working towards sovereignty. And if you believe that I need to control the infrastructure, then you can't achieve that on the hyperscalers. But then there's other camps that say, well, hyperscalers build data centers in your country.
Yeah.
So that's physical infrastructure in your country, if that's how you're defining that. But then they control the control plane for that, and that's where again, it goes back to, especially governments today. I mean, I see in sovereign AI, they go through 3 phases. There's rhetoric, then there's policy, and then there's execution. I don't think we got to the execution phase yet in any of the different governments. I mean, maybe some of them have moved towards policy at the moment, especially around Europe, different places. And that shift from policy to execution is where a lot of the decisions need to be made. And again, the decision, I think, should be very simple. It's around control and how much de-risking do you want to do for the future? Because if you have less control over a certain thing, whether it's the data or the infrastructure or the control plane or even the models you're using, then you're giving sovereignty away to somebody else, potentially. Right? And that's the spectrum that I think a lot of countries and even companies, I mean, sovereignty, it's associated to nations, but it is something that large organizations and enterprises should be thinking about as well. So wherever they sit on that spectrum, that's where decisions get made in terms of the infrastructure, hyperscalers, and so on, I think.
So maybe to conclude on this topic, George, from your point of view, the ability to deliver an element of sovereignty, and again, we just discussed, right? There's different versions of it. It's gradual. It's not black and white. But using hyperscalers and going back to what you see, what from your clients and what you offer to your clients.
I think there are two views of it. I think one view is the organizations, the private and commercial organizations within a country, and then the other is the government, right? When we look at what private organizations do, very much to how the others have spoken about it, it's really about risk, intellectual property, and control. Mm-hmm. So they look at a generic application like email or something like that. There is no organization we talk to, maybe a few public organizations, but the vast majority of commercial organizations, there's nothing, heavily private needed there. On the other hand, if you take their core business process and you say, this is where my intellectual property is created, they want to have protection, right? Either a completely private environment or at least an environment that they can control within the territory. Mm-hmm. For the government, I think there's two choices, right? I think one is, how do I foster a level of national security, but also ecosystem development, talent development, and all of that. And on the other hand, it's like, hey, do I prevent my, kind of private commercial organizations from being able to access the innovation that's available? And I think what we see there is, practical trade-offs, right? Like I look at over the next 5 years, it is inconceivable to me that there will be silicon that's competitive to US silicon today, right? It's maybe over a longer period, but not in the next 5 years. I think if you look at the way that people are working around export controls, there are creative collaboration going on, for example, between some Middle Eastern countries and India, or different parts of Europe. And I think that's the reality. I think it's important that governments keep an eye on the long term, but also don't compromise their own, organizations' ability, their own commercial organizations' ability to compete. And I think you can do both. I think you can be pragmatic and say, hey, for these things, you got to be in, full control, and those probably doesn't matter.
I'm curious, George, from you're closest to customers on that type of question. Like we see the U.S. government having to screen or do preliminary checks on new Mythos class models, on the new OpenAI models. Do you think there'll ever be a world in which, like you're saying, enterprises make decisions to own some parts of their data stack, maybe not email? Will there be a world in which the government tells U.S. enterprises, hey, these parts of your business need to be sovereign or need to be data that you own that is not hosted on a cloud that may appear elsewhere?
I think when I look at what's happened with Mythos, for example, it's almost like when you're introducing a pharmaceutical compound, that there is an agency like the FDA that looks at the impact of that and says, yep, that's ready for distribution versus not. I think in this case, it was a bit ad hoc the way it was done. But I think over time, if you look at it and say, hey, this model could be really powerful, but also landed in the wrong hands, could be really damaging. I think there is probably some amount of, kind of self-regulation and government regulation that'll happen. It's just inevitable, I think.
So let's assume for a second that indeed this is a kind of major trend affecting some of the investment decisions, political decisions over the next few years. And let's try to, for a second, to look at the other side of the coin, which is what is the cost of sovereign AI? Because immediately one would think of, potentially building redundant infrastructure, right? And so, but it might be well beyond that. So maybe on this question, maybe Max, I'll ask you to start in terms of from your investors' point of view, in terms of, how do you see that, financially, in terms of the impact it could have? And then maybe, George, I'll ask you to comment on this question.
Yeah, I mean, I think financially the simplest answer is it certainly increases the cost. I mean, you're building probably, depending on what level of the stack you're deciding needs to be sovereign, you're certainly building duplicate data center infrastructures, you're needing more chips. I think it's kind of a similar dynamic that we're seeing on, hey, if open models continue to grow, do those run as efficiently as some of the closed frontier labs run their inference? Maybe, maybe not. Does that mean there's more semis CapEx that's coming around? I think sovereignty, in at least in some part, implies a level of duplication or replication. That means cost goes up. But maybe if the numbers keep getting bigger, that enforces innovation, like George had been talking about. If the US is spending $1 trillion and we need to duplicate that elsewhere, maybe that means it speeds up the innovation cycle, which is good for everybody.
Exactly. George, you want to comment?
And what's the cost of not having it as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To look from the other angle as well.
George, you want to comment on that?
I think you mentioned it exactly right, Max. I mean, it depends on what is the outcome, right? I think if the outcome is, hey, there's a lot more innovation created because of constraints, constraints usually create innovation, right? It's actually a good thing. It fosters different ecosystems. It brings lower cost models into play. It creates alternate chip designs and all of those things. On the other hand, if it says, hey, I'm going to slow down the adoption of AI because of really complex regulations or no way to use technology across borders, then that's probably not as good a thing. So it really becomes how people play it out. I mean, these gentlemen here are examples of new innovation being created because of constraints. So that's a positive thing.
Aaron, you want to comment on? Sorry, mention.
Just maybe to add, I mean, we are building AI factories basically, right? So we built one in Munich, we are building one in Oslo right now. So in order to be competitive, of course, to the hyperscalers, we need to be creative. So I heard the word building blocks a lot here, modular building and so on. So the innovative competitiveness then and creative disruption, as Schumpeter would mention it, is really high now in this field. And to be honest, I don't see much of a premium on sovereign AI compute because there's so much margin in the different layers that you could also decrease then for the end customer. So if you see on the token prices, there's a lot of margin that you could maybe decrease then and still have a profitable case in order to be competitiveness.
I think the most salient point is like what Mati said, which is that if we're talking about how governments or nation states think about it, not having it is more salient than like having it, which means that the pricing indicator is that it's inelastic, is in that it doesn't matter how much it costs. And I think that at what point does that stop? No one really knows because it's if the government continues to invest in it, they will continue to invest in it. And I think that that's a confounding factor of like you said, Max, like token prices are deflationary, they always will go down, which means you can do more. It's a great thing. But it's also being deployed in countries that are, like your country, is very expensive. And that's that's by choice. The reason why the first attack on public cloud came from Germany, and the public cloud gave up on it 2 years ago. And it was because people were leaving because of GPUs. And so the underlying technology, Google, Azure, and AWS was fighting everything tooth and nail for over a decade. And then GPUs come out and they're like, all right, we give up, right? And it's at some point, like, people will ask the question, like, should we continue doing it? But then you have another confounding factor of like, what is the value of intelligence? We have abstractions of that, SAT scores, college degrees. College degrees implies that we pay a lot for intelligence, but a lot of people come out of those things are not that intelligent, right? But we'll continue to pay for it. And so the question is like, how do you evaluate if a doctor's good or a lawyer is good? Like we have these very loose, not well-defined, understood but not well-defined, like abstractions of intelligence, because intelligence is unbounded. Just like, at what point is Kotu happy with money, right? Like, it's one of those things of like GDP of a country, right? There is no top end, therefore what percentage do you stop? We don't know, because we don't have a good way of measuring it. So that's one reason why I think it's really inelastic. is that intelligence itself is not fully measurable or fully understood, but you can see it, right? It has meaning in its visibility, like you can like recognize, but putting a number on that, we have not, as a society, global society, have any way of really determining that, and we have. Even the counterfactual of that, which is like there are VC funds, as Max knows, completely devoted to people who drop out of college. So we have this other side of it, the heterodox side, right? So that's what I'm saying, that like I think it's just one of those things of like there will be a bound to it, of course. Like there's something that will not continue this unbounded acceleration, and I think mostly that's kind of like public sentiment. I think right now. But I do think it's one of those builds of like, it's just one of those things I think that will just keep going because you don't know where it could stop, just like we don't stop researching the universe. Because we don't know where it could go, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no. Okay, I'm checking on the time because there are two more questions I really wanted to get onto. And one, actually, Aaron, I'm going to ask you to start with. It was about, from your point of view, which countries have made most progress on sovereign AI? And I think you and I discussed a pretty interesting example of what you guys have done. So maybe you start, but obviously, Maddie and Benjamin, I'd love to hear it from you as well. So Aaron.
So like our premier project is with the president of El Salvador, who also owns data centers. And so we did the first Blackwell deployment in LATAM, and we're continuing to build that out. And he's using it both for internal and external purposes. So I think Latin America and South America are actually very strong places for U.S. to take advantage of the comparative cost of deploying theirs cheaper. Like Paraguay is sitting on like 3 gigawatts of just like power there. And so the government actually wants to do something with that. And versus like in Europe, it's scarce, but I do think that I think France has made not only just statements, but trying to actually move the ball forward. The UK has obviously done a lot with the Starmer there, and Canada has ended up becoming a great place for data centers, and that goes to the cost comparative advantage of like it's just cheaper power there, and it's it's all in the same backbone anyways. But I think the stuff that's happening in Asia, which we have data centers in Asia and we have sovereign projects out there, that's like a different motivation. Obviously, it's heavily driven by export controls, but that's also the second largest market in the world. People now need to realize that China went from 10% of the top models being Chinese to now it's over 50%. Now the whole pie has grown, right? Where America is about the other 50%, and then China's the other 50%. And that I think go-to-market motion will continue, but the build-out in Asia has different motivations than I think Europe and South America, and America are kind of all in the same orbit, and then Asia's kind of doing its own thing.
Okay, Maddie and Ben, quickly on this topic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at it from the 3 stages that governments are going through, I think we're starting to see movement from the policy to execution. I mean, Radiant is part of Brookfield Asset Management, and as Brookfield, we've made a number of commitments to different European countries to help them achieve sovereignty as well. Recently, $30 billion here in France, in Sweden as well, and a few others that we're basically working on. And I think like once countries start moving towards the execution phase, that's where we'll start to see real sovereignty being achieved within the AI infrastructure space.
Ben?
So maybe again from the European perspective, so for obvious reasons, the Nordics are really ahead of building AI factories, right? But I have to emphasize we had a huge project in Germany. It's 10 megawatts that we have been operational since January. So it's the AI industrial cloud together with Telecom. And you have to imagine that increases the AI compute of Germany by 50%, so 50. Only 10 megawatt. So that's the scale, it's what we are talking about in Europe. So it's a giant leap for Germany, but small step.
So expensive there, dude.
Yes.
So expensive.
Cool. So we're going to run out of time. The last one was about, think about it. 5 years from now, we assume that this theme of sovereign AI is really, keep being increasingly important. how do you see the stack evolving because of this? How is the stack different because of sovereign AI? And maybe, George, I'll ask you to start on that.
I think 5 years is a long time in this industry, but in general, I think the US will still have the full stack chips through models, data, and apps, and of course, operating capabilities. I think that my own view is China will create the other end of the ecosystem, which is, you know, as Aaron mentioned, they have a huge amount of the open source models, and I think they will build a coalition of other nations that want to use those models and contribute to that ecosystem. They have some chips today.
Yeah.
And they have a huge amount of data that the government can marshal, as well as they have big, huge consumer platforms, so they will be viable. I think for the rest of the nations, it's, you know, my own view is it would benefit them to be incredibly practical about what they want to get accomplished. I think they probably need to lean on one of these two pillars, borrow certain capabilities from them, innovate, and foster the local ecosystem.
Maddie?
I think the concept of sovereignty exists for everyone except for the US and China as well. You know, there's no conversation about sovereign AI there because they own that.
Yeah.
So I think for the rest of everyone else, everyone needs to think about, again, the control within that ecosystem. Like as George was mentioning, like the US owns the stack, the US have a stack, China has a stack. So for anyone who wants to achieve sovereignty within that stack, it's all about how you're going to basically build controls.
Control and resilience.
Yeah, never apologize for America winning, so I'm very happy about that. So I agree that I think there's two predominant ecosystems being developed. I think chips will be everywhere, models will be everywhere. I think this is going to look a lot like the way the airlines industry works, that in that use case there's Airbus and Boeing, and then there's some random players, but it's a core too. And I think that will just be prolific. I think every country is going to have some resemblance of their own carrier providers, and they'll be reflective of their own local resources. So, you know, and there'll be ones that have localized winners, like Lufthansa is a winner in Europe, British Airways is a winner, but of course there's all these other like little bitty winners as well. So I think it's going to look much more like airlines, and that's how GPUs and models end up fleshing out.
Ben?
Yes, maybe in Europe in 5 years we will be still heavily dependent on hyperscalers when it comes to infrastructure, also on foreign chips, maybe also on foreign foundation models, right? We have good initiatives, we have on every layer, we have also rising stars in Europe, but there will be still dependency from overseas, but we need to try to attack, need to try to catch up, and we have to come with a gun to the gunfight in the end, not with a knife.
Max, I need to conclude.
Yeah, more data centers in more places, thanks to Polarize and lots of other great companies for me.
Excellent. Listen, thank you very much. I think we are definitely out of time. Clearly, massive opportunity for anyone who is actually behind sovereign AI. Ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to thank the 5 panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, folks. The age of AI agents is here. And who better than to talk us through it today than our next panel, which will include Charlie Coas of Broadcom and Tony Kim of BlackRock. Please welcome them to the stage.
All right. Charlie, is this working? Yeah.
Yes, Tony.
All right, great. I think is this the last one, or?
Probably.
Well, everyone's tired. Okay, well, try to make it more entertaining. Great to see you here. We're in France, Paris. So the land of haute couture, and I think that Broadcom, in a way, is the couture of chips.
Merci. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously with AI and the rise of the XPU, everyone wants to build XPUs, and they all come to the house of couture at Broadcom. So why don't we discuss why the XPU has become such a pivotal thing for basically every hyperscaler and every foundation lab in the world.
So first of all, thank you for having me.
Oh, and
here.
we're going to have some show and tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So thank you for having me here. And this is actually a great introduction about the haute couture. I never thought of it, but in a way...
I just thought of it now because we're in France.
It's actually a phenomenal idea because, look, at the end of the day, this AI wave was really started and driven by what we call general AI compute driven by NVIDIA. And NVIDIA has done a great job to build this sort of big racks of custom and proprietary platform, which is a great platform. But the people who are spending more than 80% of the money are the frontier labs. They're the ones who are consuming all of this hardware, and then they build the software that sits on top. What they've realized is this general compute comes with a tax. The tax is first the efficiency of that compute platform, meaning it's built for everybody. If you have a specific workload in your AI frontier model, guess what? You're paying that extra tax. And then the other tax is the high margins that come with it. Given the big spend that they're doing, when it was hundreds of millions of dollars to a few billions, it makes a lot of sense to use a general purpose platform that's pre-built for you in a rack. But when you start spending 50 billion, 100 billion, or maybe 150 billion, as you know, the top 4 in the US each spending 150 to 200 billion, that tax is about, for each player, 100 to 150 billion dollars that they could have gotten in tokens. And as a result, they realized that if there is a way to build their own platform fairly fast at the same pace and rapid that NVIDIA does it, which is once a year, it's quite difficult, they would love to do that. So the first journey we did was 13 years ago, starting with the TPUs from Google. Their initial idea was, we do search using text. Can we actually do search using voice? And to do that was the creation of the TPU. But as AI developed, we realized that these chips are getting bigger and bigger. So the chip we did last year, and I'm going to show you these for a reason, and I'm going to pass them to you.
Okay.
But you have to promise to give them back to me.
Okay.
Because they're very expensive.
Yeah.
So this is, for example, an XPU that was built and shipped last year. And as you can tell, it's hard to see, but it's made of different chiplets. Some are memory-based, some are networking-based, and some are compute. Okay? What we're building this year and shipping is this chip. As you can see, it got bigger, so I'm going to ask you to hold one.
Okay. And this is last year's.
This is last year's. Yeah. And so you can see last year to this year, you are now getting 3 times more the memory. There you have 2 cubes of memory. Here you have 6 cubes of memory. And the compute that's in the middle is almost 3x stronger. What ended up happening is we said for next year, we actually have to build this.
Right.
So now you can...
How many more times memory?
3x.
This is 139.
Yes.
Okay.
So in 2 years, it's almost an order of magnitude.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the compute, here you have 1 large compute, here you have 4 of them.
Yeah.
But then you go to the new technology in semiconductors that allows you to shrink the transistors, and then you add a lot more.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to give you this as well. And then what we're working on for 2028, so this is 2027, literally, this is going to be the size.
That's
of the
28.
platform. That's this is going to be the size. So if you put next to it just these, okay?
So this is, okay, so 28. 27, 26, 25.
Correct. So the reason I want you to see that is I want you to understand two things. One, the speed at which this technology is moving at, okay? And hence the innovation that it needs to go through has to be extremely rapid. But then two, and I'm going to open this for you, literally that's how we build these chips. These are actually modular. This is why people come to the haute couture, as you said.
Yes.
Because we actually take these platforms and pre-build them. So these little chiplets that go in the chip, we pre-build them, make sure they're production ready, work with partners like Samsung and others, create these memory blocks, which is one of the reasons why the prices are going higher, because look, we're putting so much more in them, create these I/O Ethernet-based networking capabilities, and then work with our partners to create now. Remember, we used to have half of this, one of these. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 2. This is a double-decker. We're actually stacking these chips back to back, or actually, the correct term is face-to-face. So you'll have 16 times what we had 2 years ago. 16 times in a single chip. And the first chip we deployed 1 million of.
This doesn't even look like a chip, Charlie. This looks like a monstrosity.
A system.
It's a beast.
Yes, it is. Actually, that's what I call it at work.
You call it the beast?
This is the beast. But this is, we're building 4 of these for the largest 4 LLM players in the world. And it's modular. So the beauty of this, to your point, is it's haute couture. You come to us, you tell us what kind of tuxedo or dress you want. We will customize it and build it for you and remove that general compute tax. So that's gone. And this will be purpose-built for, let's say, your inference workload, decode workload. And this is what makes this fast and great. And as long as NVIDIA continues to develop great technology every year, to match that cycle, there's only one other place to go to.
Yeah, you mentioned the 1-year cadence that NVIDIA, it used to be 2 or 3 years, right?
Correct.
And then they accelerated it to 1 year every year. So the pressure is on. And so for most companies, they can't keep up with that cadence. The only one maybe is you then, right? That with this modular Lego architecture.
You're exactly right. So if you are one of the, let's say, the big 5 in the US, which today are spending maybe 90% of the spend in the world, are OpenAI, Anthropic, Google with Gemini, Meta, and XAI. This is it. Amongst these 5 is literally 80, 90+% of the market.
Yes.
And 4 out of the 5 have realized the NVIDIA technology is so good, but they can't be buying this general compute platform that's custom at the rack level. And so they come to us, each one of them, and it's public, and they say, look, what can we do together to get purpose-built platform for me that's tailored, using your term actually, tailored to my workload, and it's not at 80% margin. And that's what we do for a living, because we focus just on building this. So we make sure each of these Lego blocks are production ready before you come and talk to me. And so when you come and talk to me, it becomes an integration exercise. So what we announced with Jalapeno, for example, is it's the fastest chip that was built in 9 months. And it's actually something similar to this.
They did that in less than a year?
Yes.
And so you have basically weaponized or enabled these foundation labs to build their own silicon in a year.
Correct.
And you know, and so 5 years ago, your AI chip business was 0, and now it's going to be 100 billion in next year. So 0 to 100 billion in 5 years.
More than 100 billion.
More than 100 billion
because
in 5
remember,
years.
100 billion is not good enough.
It's not good enough.
More than 100 billion.
But yet, how many of these are really scaling? You know, of those 4, you know, in the 27 period. It's still in the early formation, right?
It is, but just to give you a sort of an order of magnitude view, think of it as this is like about 1 million a year.
Okay.
Think of this as about maybe 2 million a year.
Okay.
But remember, this is 3x.
It's 3x that, yeah.
So that's 6x in 1 year.
Yeah.
Then you go to this. This is probably 4 to 5 million.
Wow.
And this is 9x this.
Yeah.
So now you're at 40, 50x
Yeah.
of this one.
And then the beast?
And then the beast is really 3x of that as well.
Right.
Okay? So when you think of the scale at which people are building these things, it's a race toward superintelligence and AGI, as you said. And these 4 to 5 frontier labs believe the first company in the world that would enable, this platform is what I call the agentic AI platform. The first company that would enable a fully integrated GPU, XPU, CPU in a single platform potentially can be the first to reach AGI. So with this in 28, I think we're going to start seeing a lot of capable agents, experts in certain domains that would now finally have the technology that would enable this. So this is the exciting piece about what we're doing and why people keep coming back and saying, I'd love to use the NVIDIA chip, but I got a general compute tax and then I got a margin tax. So if I want to drop ultimately my token cost per dollar, okay, I can get 2 to 3x the compute for the same dollar, which means the token price comes down massively. So that's ultimately what they're driving for.
So you're effectively a couture design house with low taxes.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And the other thing that's, the topic du jour, more French.
Yes, see, I told you speak French.
The topic du jour in AI world is co-design.
Mm-hmm.
And jalapeno, you brought up jalapeno in OpenAI. And the tight integration of model development helps define the chip architecture, and then the chip performance then is optimized to the model architecture, and that this tight integration of co-development. And the only way to do that, I guess, is if you have your own XPU.
That's absolutely right. And there's 2 portions to that haute couture. One is exactly the deep co-design for the XPU you described. Okay? The second is at the rack level. So not only we have to do it at the XPU level for their LLMs and their specific use cases, but we actually engage heavily into, well, how do we make sure that the entire rack, A, is open, but B, actually it's co-designed for them. So part of that is where we bring our networking and Ethernet capabilities. And this is where we make sure it's open. So we started off by making the front-end networks Ethernet-based, open. Then we went to scale out. Now everybody's open, including NVIDIA. The next battle is scale up, which a lot of these guys use these blue chips from us, these little chiplets we call them, and they're all Ethernet-based. So when we co-design all of this, it's the co-design at the rack level, starting from the XPU with each of these blocks, then the entire rack, and then it gives them a choice. And honestly, if Broadcom doesn't give you the best technology, they have a choice to go with somebody else. But this is where it's been multi-generational and quite successful for us, because as you said, we started from less than $1 billion 2 years ago in this space, and next year, in 3 years, we're going to be over $100 billion just in this space.
You mentioned open, the openness of the interconnect standards. I mean, you guys are full stack. I mean, you do networking, you do packaging, you do obviously, the XPU design, et cetera, IP blocks. And so they want to be open. They want that open standard. What about open source? And is there the idea of an open source foundation lab? And could they then also, do you see any market for XPU development for open source foundation labs or open source models, not the closed foundation labs?
Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right. Actually, one good example that I'm going to use here is what we've discussed earlier on today, which is, how many of you have heard of a company called Samba Nova? Just raise your hand. That's good. A bunch of people here. So maybe 10, no, that's good. Maybe like 15% of you have heard of Samba Nova. So Samba Nova's system is actually have been co-developed, deep engineering with Rodrigo and his team.
Yeah.
And we've done 3 generations of this. And what Rodrigo does is he uses his XPU to run a closed frontier model, so a state-of-the-art, but he brings in open source model like a Minimax or DeepSeek and runs it on the same chip. And hence, he enables a hybrid solution where if you need, for specific use cases, to use, let's say, Claude or Chat, you can run that on that XPU. But if you now suddenly need to use something that doesn't require state-of-the-art stuff and you want to use an open source stack, you use it and you pay zero for these tokens. So that model already exists today, and we've proven it with a few of the startups. I think we will start seeing that more of the XPUs as we move forward.
All right, Charlie, in the last couple minutes here, how do you see the next couple of years here, the path forward? You're showing the 28, you're showing something that look in 2028. What do you anticipate it's going to be the topics for the next couple of years beyond?
So that's, I think, the $2 trillion question, okay?
I mean, jalapeno, there's more than jalapeno, right?
Yeah, there's more than jalapeno.
Okay.
There's definitely more spicy chips. Yeah. There's a lot more XPUs that will be coming out, both from the large labs and a lot of the startups. But what I see is an insatiable demand in gigawatts. Okay. For example, we have announced for one of the large 5 that we've discussed that this year we're putting in about 1.5 gigawatts, okay, with one of the chips I showed you. Next year, we're going to probably put in over 5. We already contracted
with the
5.
Same customer?
The same. So now you
for XPU?
Yes. And so we're going to go from 1.5 to 6.5, because 1.5 plus 5. The year after that, I'm pretty sure it'll be over 10, incremental. So if you look at the next 3 years for each of these lab guys, they're going to go from 1 to 2 this year.
To 10.
To over 10. But over that 3-year journey, they're going to, let's say they'll go from 2 to 5 to 10. So that's 17 gigawatts, starting from 1 today.
Yeah.
Which means the amount of, A, power that's needed, B, the amount of wafers that are needed,
yeah.
And then 3, the amount of memory that's needed, it's actually going to make a challenge for the rest of the non-AI businesses, which at Broadcom we do. So remember, I have 16 franchises. 5 of them are in AI, 11 are in non-AI. So part of the challenge that I think we all have to live through as we live through the exciting life of this AI, as we scale up AI into AGI, we need to make sure that the rest of the businesses survive, because AI is not just going to live in data centers. AI has to get to the edge. And these other businesses have to actually enable this edge AI. So we've got a great, exciting journey on the AI track with power and all of these things. And to the point, we're building our own factories in Singapore to build these big beasts and big chips, because existing technologies can't enable that. Yeah. But as we do this, I think the challenge for all of us is AI has to migrate, just like the internet started from data centers all the way to smart devices today. The same thing has to happen with AI, and I think for us at Broadcom it'll be exciting, because we'll play in both pieces.
To the couture house of Broadcom. Thanks, Charlie.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Yeah. Thank you.
Merci, gentlemen. Okay, I'm very excited for this next fireside because NetSuite is one of my partners at FIF Collective. So please welcome Matt Hura and Alex Banks, who will share how leading enterprises are translating AI ambition into real business impact.
Fantastic. Mark, how are you?
Good, Alex. How are you?
Terrific, terrific. You enjoying Raise so far?
It's been fantastic. It's been great. I mean, the networking, the engagement, the conversations have been deeply, really rich conversations about both technology and innovation, and the engagements have been fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, I'm really excited to be here today, because we're actually going to be exploring how leading organizations are really putting AI to work across their business. And I hope that you'll be able to walk away from today with some real insights, some useful insights that you'll be able to apply to you and your own organization. And speaking of insights, Mark, I know you spent the last few years really speaking with some of the largest enterprises who are applying AI. And I'm really curious to know, what are you seeing and what differentiates the successful ones? What are they doing differently today from where they were 18 months ago?
Yeah, I think, it's rapidly changing. And so what I really like about what you asked is applied AI. And we've thought about that very distinctly around how do you apply AI in enterprises and governments around the world that have this treasure trove of data and information that really differentiates them. That is really their intellectual property. And I think where we were 2 years ago, a year ago, 6 months ago, or even just a couple of months ago, has rapidly continued to evolve. And many customers have moved from this experimental phase into how do we apply AI in their business context in a way that actually executes and delivers real business outcomes, for their industry segment. And from an Oracle perspective, we think about this entire stack. And whether it's infrastructure to be able to train, but also the ability to inference and deploy a flexible infrastructure anywhere where our customers need it, to the data layer in the original foundation technology from an Oracle as a database. Most of the mission critical data is sitting in an Oracle database, to these agentic applications that exist to deliver outcomes. And what we're seeing is enterprises that are focusing in on now, not just experimental, but applied around a business outcome. And I'll give you an example. Like if you're a hotel property, right? Soho, as an example. Thinking about everything that they have that's operating their business. It could be a property management system. It could be a guest management system. It could be, they could have food and beverage at their facilities. They have employees. They have operations. They have finance. They have supply chains. They have all of these complex systems overall. They're not thinking about buying an AI stack. And like, what is the AI stack that I'm trying to leverage? They're looking at, how do we bring an outcome, which is, how do I improve my guest experience? How do I bring the guests back to our properties? How do I make sure that they, dine with us? And then understanding the profile of those guests and making their employees more productive, more effective in terms of how they operate. So that's how we're applying AI in our capabilities that enterprises are taking advantage of, really just are just embedded in the capabilities that we bring. And that's just one example of thousands that we have.
You mentioned hotels. I think it's such a brilliant example because there are so many different disparate systems, disparate people. The very human side of that business that I think is so important to address head on. And Mark, I'm really curious as well, across the different industries, where are you seeing that advantage come from?
Yeah, I mean, if you step through a number of different industries and think about critical capabilities that exist, whether it's in banking and financial services, and thinking about the ability to operate with speed and efficiency around fraud detection and banking capabilities. And so we're deploying AI capabilities and technologies with some of the biggest banks in the world to be able to address fraud. And from a human aspect, right, how disruptive that is. But it goes way beyond a disruption of an individual that may be banking with a specific institution. It goes into really, capabilities that are detecting money laundering and fraud capabilities. You go into healthcare, like everybody from a consumer perspective is a consumer of healthcare. And in healthcare, we've deployed our clinical AI assistant for doctors, nurses, clinicians that are at a provider or a clinic in order to be able to engage in a human way. So how do you make sure that as a consumer of healthcare that you're having an active dialogue and an engagement and spending more quality time with a physician or with a clinician that's providing the service to you? And having an AI assistant that is actually doing everything for that doctor, coming in advance, giving them the summaries of that patient, what you need to know about that patient, right? All of the different specifics around their history, coming into the conversation and not sitting at a terminal and typing away and looking away as you're describing something. But a voice to text conversion into notes for that, for that physician, but also deploying whatever medicines need to be deployed, whatever follow-up visits need to be deployed, whatever specialists that need to be deployed, all of that, summarizing that. So now you have a critical care patient that has had a wonderful experience with a physician. The physician, the nurses, the clinicians, and now have a great experience around having more time back
Right.
For two things. One is to give them the ability to see more patients, but also just giving them time back in their life because it's such a high-stress job and being able to leverage AI capabilities. And so we see this in industry after industry after industry. In construction and engineering, we've deployed AI capabilities to reduce billing errors and rates by over 72%. Basically, in one customer segment alone, reducing over 130,000 calls a year that they would normally get. I mean, these are like real valuable examples of applying AI to deliver business outcomes that we see in many different industries. Energy and utilities, how do we connect smart meters? How do we connect all of the outage information? How do we connect weather data information so that we could better predict where outages, where crews, where workforces are needed in their industry segments? And this is applying the capabilities of these wonderful frontier models, these wonderful coding capabilities and tools, and then inferencing off of this private data that exists within different industry segments.
Yeah. I definitely want to double click into that private data layer, that proprietary data that is so important and so rich for every organization. I think we're seeing, on the frontier, LLM capabilities are most definitely converging, right? They're all getting pretty good. But I think the real value comes from that data, your own data, how you infuse it into the models, how it speaks to the models, your own databases, your own systems, and that's how you get real rich insights. What are you seeing over Oracle?
Yeah, I mean, we've had 5 decades of experience with our database technology that's proliferated in enterprises and governments all around the world. And, this private data is really where the value unlock is. That's where the IP is in many different, companies and institutions around the world. And so our ability to bring AI to that data, right, where that data exists today, without having to replicate it, transmit it, move it multiple times, and risk where the potential loss of data or information can come from. So thinking about how do you bring highly secure capabilities into environments that exist that have this mission critical data. And we fundamentally believe that the amount of mission critical data that's sitting in Oracle technologies or applications around the world are a strategic advantage where then we can bring AI capabilities of our partners that are in our ecosystem to help solve these business outcomes that customers have a desire on. And so, that's where the real value in the unlock lies, right? Training, the frontier models have become incredibly performant. Specializing models in industry segments like healthcare and financial services, in retail segments that are very unique, and then applying that to what that critical data is for that industry and that customer. We're seeing incredible benefits of companies not necessarily having to go out and create new data environments or new data lakes and parking data in different information and replicating it multiple sources and times. You have the ability to actually bring that inference capability to our customers wherever they exist.
Yeah. And I'm sure, friends, partners, companies out there are almost thinking, okay, how do we become this AI-first enterprise? Because, I'm sure you see these big headlines in the news, enormous capabilities and enormous performance gains. But where does it really stem from? We've obviously touched on that proprietary data lens there, Mark. But, how do you think about that holistically?
Yeah, I mean, I think, where enterprises ultimately start to move to is thinking about this, complexity that may exist in their existing environments. And you can look at an enterprise and ask yourself, hey, this didn't happen overnight, right? This infrastructure that exists. And it's just business decisions that happened that's created complexity over time. That was no fault of anybody or no bad decision was made. It just has created complexity, entered into new markets, brought new products online, acquired new companies, acquired a piece of technology that was at the right time, 5 years ago, a decade ago, that is still in service today, and having to manage that level of complexity. So one of the things that we strive for is provide simplicity.
Yeah.
And the ability for organizations to take advantage of a simple architecture that allows them to bring the value of these incredible tools to their enterprises is something that we spent quite a bit of time on with different clients all around the world in different industries. And we see this over and over and over again in transformations that are happening. AI is helping customers move faster with shorter delivery times and capabilities to deploy new innovation and technology. And at the same time, the ability to take all of this data, this enterprise data, disparate data wherever it exists. It doesn't have to be in an Oracle system. It could be anywhere, and bring that together in our data platform approach to be able to then apply their model of choice, right? To be able to inference on that and to deliver an outcome that may be required for that business, the critical performance indicator of that industry or that segment. And we see that in every different segment that we serve, whether it's a telco, whether it's a retail company, whether it's a government, or whether it's in a financial services example.
Yeah. There's a saying that I love, Mark, and it's that the closer we get to the truth, the simpler it gets. And I think having everything on a sort of centralized system is obviously the objective, isn't it? And I think having, but I also think that comes with ideas such as data sovereignty, which is critical. We're over here in the European side of the pond. And I think, ideas around that, how is Oracle effectively approaching that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think sovereignty means a lot of different, the definition of sovereignty means many different things. And even though it's being defined, right, from an EU perspective as well, we've been a leader in that for several years. I think, Oracle took an approach several years ago to drive data sovereignty, and we have EU sovereign data centers that are here and are operating. But beyond that, is sovereignty that may exist at a country level, right? Sovereignty that may exist at an enterprise level. We have financial services companies, we have healthcare companies, we have energy and utility companies that have a desire to have sovereignty within their own environment and operate in that manner to have more control. And sovereignty lies in terms of control overall in terms of the information. The unique aspect of how we think about this is automating our architecture, no matter if it's the largest data centers that we're building in the world to train the biggest frontier models, or it's the smallest data centers that are in 3 or 4 racks that can sit inside of a customer's environment managed by them, right? But doesn't sacrifice capability and services that are provided in a cloud infrastructure and in an inference racks that may go into that. And so the ability to have flexible deployment options for our customers from a sovereignty perspective is incredibly important. And whether that's at a national level, an industry level, a business level, and then right here in terms of what we've already established in the EU. We have examples where we have sovereignty that we're operating with partners in Japan, in the Middle East, in Latin America, in the UK. And so we just think that this is a smart business decision to allow flexible choice for our customers with different levels of control from an operation perspective.
How far should organizations go when it comes to that level of control? Because we talk, there's been a lot of conversation about having stuff on-prem, local to you, yet the flashy headlines of these frontier models are coming at you front and center. So where should organizations find that balance?
Yeah, I think it depends on what they really want to do. Again, I go back to, is an enterprise buying an AI stack or buying a frontier model, or are they looking for an outcome?
Yeah.
And if you're engaging, from a C-suite perspective, you're really talking about a business outcome. And so ultimately, then it becomes the secure conversation. Data security, risk security, business risks overall, and so proximity then becomes a conversation of control. And so for us, we believe that the ability to run a model in any one of those environments that we have in a secure environment is up to the customer's request and choice. So for us, we want to provide multiple choices to the industry, and so we're not a frontier model manufacturer or builder. We train models and then we inference capabilities and provide all industry models to our customers of choice. And I think that's just a smart business decision to allow customer choice and control.
Yeah, I think it's definitely that whole idea of one size not fitting all, right? Everyone is unique in their process and their approach. I think that's something that has to be front and center. I'd be curious to know, Mark, from your lens, you chat to an enormous number of companies right on the cutting edge, and what are you seeing, or at least what's the one question that perhaps the partners, individuals should be asking themselves that is perhaps non-obvious and that isn't quite front and center today?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. From a business leader perspective, it's understanding where tangible results and benefits can come from. Again, we go back to how do you think about the business outcome itself.
Yep.
And technology has always been a driver of transformation. I mean, we're a few years, 3-4 years past the GPT moment. And if you look at history of where different technology and innovation, whether you go back to the internet, whether you go back to automated factories, whether you all the way go back to combustion engine and steam engine, how many years the uptake is. I mean, we're in that cycle where compression technology has driven the cycle down faster and faster and faster, and we're at that sweet spot right now where the ability to allow an organization to be able to be more productive and effective, not necessarily displacement, but more productive and effective to enhance higher value, work in terms of an organization to deliver whatever it may be, a service, a product, right, a capability, a government service in a way that brings more value to the end user of that consumer, that service overall. That's where business leaders need to be focusing their effort, is what is that outcome and that value. And then once you understand that, the technology will easily follow.
Yeah. How important is that conversation between the leaders at the top, right, who are seeing the importance of building a really solid, thorough strategy, a solid implementation phase, versus the individuals who are on the ground who are, in the weeds when it comes to, okay, these are the problems that I'm facing. This is the problem set. How should that conversation fall through?
Yeah, it's a great conversation. I'll share with you from an Oracle perspective, right? We've unlocked the tools and capabilities for all of our employees. Right? We want our employees to use AI in a responsible way, to be able to do that. Like, you may have a job, you may be an individual contributor somewhere that can take advantage of incredible AI capabilities to enhance what you do and enhance the performance of the value that you're bringing to our customers, to our partners, and to our own business. But at the same time, we have a strategy at a company level that is driven top down, that how we're executing, what we're executing in, and how we're delivering. We're a consumer, as well as we also deploy and bring AI innovation to our customers. So we're in this unique spot where we consume as much as we are a supplier and deploy this critical capability. So for us, the decision is ultimately at a C-suite decision in terms of what's going to impact their business and make the biggest impact in the organization, and then proliferate where AI can bring meaningful value within an organization. And there's things that will rise up to the top. But if you just start at the bottom and just let it say, hey, everything's going to naturally, organically grow, it may not match the business strategy, right? You can get productivity gains, you may get some efficiency, but it may not drive that industry outcome. It may not change to say, what's the guest experience look like? It may not be at a hospital system to say, I need to reduce readmission rates and the importance of that, right? It may not be at a financial services institution that say that we need to reduce fraud by X% because it delivers incredible, incremental value to our end customers. So if you really start with the biggest business challenge and opportunity, I think that's where you're going to find the biggest value.
Start with the biggest problem, make it tangible.
Make it tangible, make it real, and apply it to you, as you started, apply AI in meaningful ways and across the business and the enterprise.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mark, terrific.
Great. Thanks
so
Alex.
much.
Yep,
Real pleasure.
It. Yeah.
All right. Thank you both. Okay. Couple left before cocktails, but we're keeping it going with some great speakers for our next session. What does it take to build the next generation of AI companies? That's what you're about to learn from Kasser Younis of Applied Intuition and Mamoon Hamid from Kleiner Perkins. Please welcome them back.
Hi, everyone.
Hand mics are a new thing, I guess.
Yeah, we like hand mics.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Kasser. We've known each other for a very, very long time, I think close to 15 years. And it's been amazing to watch the trajectory of Applied Intuition over the last 9 years. It's been almost exactly 9 years, right, since you started the company. And in those 9 years, AI has become all the rage, but also physical AI has become the rage. And you've made it your goal to put intelligence on 1 billion machines. But that's not where you started in 2017 when we first talked about Applied Intuition. Tell us about how we got from there to here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And also, for those who don't know, Mamoon is a longtime investor and one of our major investors, so thanks for investing as well. It's always important to know know who your investors are and treat them well, for all the founders in the audience. In terms of the company history, I mean, for the folks who don't know me, heavily influenced by my time at Google, heavily influenced, and my co-founder Peter also there, and heavily influenced by my time at Y Combinator, where I was the COO when Sam was the president and when OpenAI emerges and becomes OpenAI. So those things are some of the input ingredients. Initially, our view was, hey, let's do a robotaxi company, Peter and I. And we concluded that both the technology wasn't there. This is a little over 10 years ago now. Both the technology isn't there and the business model isn't there. And but we knew there's something happening in the first automotive industry. So as background, both Peter and I come from the car business originally. I went to the General Motors Institute. Peter's father and grandfather worked at General Motors, even though we're in software now for most of our careers. And so the hypothesis was these machines are going to get intelligent, but it's not sure is it going to be cars or trucks or something else. And so our V1 of the company, which is still half of the company, so it's not really, was let's build the platform that companies can use to build intelligence and put specifically self-driving systems. That's expanded since then. And so that's how we kind of started. And probably 5 years ago or so now, we got into the self-driving business directly, and that very closely tracks with transformers and their impact in the real world. So everyone talks about transformers impacting LLMs and chatbots. That's pretty obvious. I don't need to talk about that. But that architecture, that model architecture, has a huge impact on self-driving. Before transformers, self-driving was very much kind of like the old chatbots. You would you look Waymo. Waymo had a cars team and a trucking team, and they shut the trucking team down because it was different enough from the cars business. Today, you can use the same end-to-end model on multiple form factors.
Yeah.
And it's I think a takeaway for founders in the audience is, if you don't know which vertical is going to work out, being a horizontal company is really great because it subsidizes you and the company until the verticals become a bit more mature, and rather than I think it's a really, really important takeaway. So yeah, and it's worked well for us.
Yeah, awesome. And with that also, we're going through this, what you call is an intelligent industrial revolution, and maybe just walk us through how this differs from the prior waves of automation that industry has gone through.
Yeah, I mean, for the folks, we work not only in cars and trucks. The majority of our business also is in defense. It's in construction and mining. It's in agriculture. And I say mining because mining has had automation for nearly 20 years. Companies like Caterpillar and Komatsu have sold autonomy systems for a couple of decades now. And the big mining operators like the BHPs and the Rio Tintos, the Vales, Ma'aden, they have automation sometimes in the majority of their sites. So it's not like self-driving is new there, but that automation is it's kind of like hand-coded. It's kind of like software 1.0 before software became, the current version of software. And so the systems are very brittle. They're set up once, and then they require a team to make sure they don't fall over. So it's kind of a very dumb way of automation. It's like point following, right? It's waypoint following. Intelligence on machines today is way more advanced. What I mean by that is, number one, you just take we have a large and public relationship partnership with Komatsu. It's not only can the Komatsu dirt mover hauler move around the site fairly independently, and the site can be dynamic, so that without any human intervention, but it's also the humans and how they interact with the machines. Does the machine know the human that is talking to it? Can the human operate with a number of machines? Can one human operate a number of machines? A better example is in defense. Defense has now moved to a single human and many machines. And that is not possible with the old ways of automation. And so all these fields had even in automotive, you had cruise control. But cruise control is very different from FSD, which is very different from Waymo. So I think it's like the shapes are the same, but the actual technology is quite different, and it unlocks a much, much larger potential when these machines are actually, intelligent and not just software.
You know, one thing that amazes me about Applied Intuition is you mentioned a number of very large companies that have a long storied history of building things like Komatsu, a Japanese company, very large, or one of the other very large customers, Stellantis. And it's not easy to work with companies like that or even get their business in the first place, for them to trust you. And what I've found as you run your company with Peter is that you have a pretty distinct way of running your company and aligning your teams to really execute on very difficult things, technologically, but also from an execution and helping your customers achieve their goals. Can you share some of your framework?
Yeah, I mean, for the folks who don't know, our claim to fame at Applied is we've raised roughly $1 billion, and all of that money is on the balance sheet, and the company's almost 10 years old. I mean, that's
an amazing feat.
Yeah, I say that not like out of arrogance. I say that out of humbleness, because I've been around startups for a long time. It's not easy to do, to run, we have over 1,000 engineers who work at the company. And so a lot of times people look at our financials and they think, wow, the market really wants this. That's true. Fundamentally, the products that we're building are demanded by the market. But I think the point you're really getting at is the culture within the company is also hugely important. It's in the name. We're always been on the applied side. For now, I think like even a conference, like these conferences didn't exist 10 years ago, to be very, very clear. And so the enamoration with research is both positive and negative. It's positive because it brings us new technologies, and we wouldn't even have this conference without researchers, et cetera. It's negative because research is devoid of commercial, constraints. That's what makes good research. That's why educational institutes provide great research. You're not thinking about the commercials. But we're not an educational institute. We're a private, for-profit company that's venture-backed in Silicon Valley. All those things matter, and it's an AI company. All those things matter. So the culture that you build has to take that into context. So from the beginning, we said, our company's 83% engineering. We're as technical as you get, and our AI bona fides are, whether it's in research or our compute spend or whatever that is, it's in the, it's a real AI company. But the reason that's not the first thing I talk about is this technology serves an end. It is on the applied side. And so the downstream impact of the culture is, so how you set your priorities is really important. We didn't get into self-driving until end-to-end models actually work, and that means you needed to have innovation within the industry. So I think as a founder, my feedback to everybody here who's in the AI space is like, think a lot about the fact that we all know if you survive, there are giant markets. The if you survive part is hugely important. The best way to survive is to make money. Then you don't need to raise money. And if you make money, you will be there when these markets inevitably get bigger and bigger and take off and take off. I mean, I believe, and I've said this, for many years, that this physical AI world, I think will, and it seems weird to say it right now, but I think it'll be bigger than like LLMs. Yes, writing code is important, but when you sit in an airport in Detroit, or Munich, or Turin, or in Seoul, or in Tokyo, where a lot of these companies that make these big machines are, the top thing on the mind of everybody in that gate is not, I wish my agent would work better. They're truck drivers, they're working in the real world. And so I think as AI gets into the actual physical world, the impact is going to be much, much, much bigger. Yeah, we just continually move toward that. But just to hit the culture question, you hit the nail on the head there is, a business is revenue minus expenses equals profits. That's very important for everybody to know that. That means you have to get revenues, you have to keep your expenses in context, and then you have to get profits on the other side. That's how you survive. There are companies in self-driving where they're spending 80% of their compute budget on research. That's scary, because you have to make the business model ultimately work. And I think China is always a great example. If you look at the self-driving space in China, a hard, aggressive downward pressure on pricing. So I think the culture in the company is a very technical culture, but with the constraints that we're trying to make it sustainable.
So are you saying that you've made your engineers very financially aware?
Yes.
Yeah?
I mean, we openly talk about how much we spend on everything. Forget the easy stuff like compute optimization, but like our leases, our food, our compensation, salaries, like all of that plays into the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you're a rarity in Silicon Valley then, because one is that you have more cash than you've ever raised, and two is that you operate with I'm not sure if it's frugality, but like a level of like
radical pragmatism is what we call it. Yeah, radical pragmatism.
Financial stewardness, maybe we would call it. One of the true markers of success in Silicon Valley is that there are so-called mafias, and I think there's a emerging applied intuition mafia of folks that have left, will leave, will start companies, and it's something that I've seen you actually encourage, and you've invested in some of these folks who've left the company. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I was at Y Combinator for a bunch of years, and I was a COO there, and so I ran the firm. I mean, in every sense of the word. So I really thought a lot about founders and what makes good founders. And one of the things you learn is founders are different. So at Applied today, I think the last running count is over 40 ex-funded CTOs at the company. So we recruit founders super aggressively, have been for a long, long time. The downstream impact is when you put a bunch of people that started companies, they also want to start companies again. They don't want to live my dream, they want to live their own dream. And I think we're completely positive on that, we encourage that. I write internally for the company. We roughly give, I think, a good tour of duties, 4 years at the company. We also have a reputation for people staying for a long period of time. My 2 cents on that, especially to young engineers, is you just can't make an impact in 1 or 2 years. Regardless if it's at Legora, Lovable, or OpenAI, Anthropic, whatever great company it is, you got to spend some time there to learn as that company grows. And then the same thing for Applied. But then afterwards, their dream is not to work at Applied the rest of their life. That's a completely legitimate, okay dream. And so we have a Future Founders program, and we then help them figure it out. Also, again, for founders, it's also self-serving in the sense of people, when they leave on good notes because they're like, hey, I'm going to be part of this community. And they're going to help me raise money and set me up to be. And I think that's all super, super positive. But we're like a very true old school Silicon Valley company in that sense. I mean, you can see the Google influence in us. Google very much is like that as well.
Yeah. And so what's up with the no shoes in the office?
Yeah, I don't know if it was us or Gusto who did it first, but I thought it was us who did it first, but I want to hold that still. I used to work and live in Japan as an engineer, and you change, out of your outside clothes and shoes into inside clothes and shoes, and I did that, and we brought that into the company.
It's a mindset.
And also, we started the company in a house, and then that also came all the way. But the mindset really is, there's one of our values is like hygiene. It's like clean code, clean office, and kind of a clean mindset. And I think it goes back to the being very intentional about revenues and expenses and what product strategies that we employ.
Well, let's switch gears and talk about models. What type of models do you develop?
We have 2 model families within the company. The one is the models that are actually running on the machines. So this is for the folks who do self-driving, pretty straightforward end-to-end models. A VLA reasoning, and we have a research team that publishes in this space as well. But generally speaking, and then RL within self-driving, using reinforcement learning. So just a little background. The way self-driving used to be developed is through imitation learning. Now, really, these end-to-end models are performing way better through reinforcement learning, closed-loop reinforcement learning. That's obvious. There's nobody who works in the space who doesn't know that already. That's one model family. What's different about us is the same models run across lots of different machines. So I'm using self-driving cars because it's easy to understand, but we make drones. We make intelligence which goes on drones. We make intelligence which goes on agriculture equipment, on commercial trucks. Right now, L4 trucks running in Japan that are commercially that use our self-driving software. So that's one class of models. Pretty straightforward. The other version is the the models that we actually use for our platform. So kind of like a cursor for physical AI is kind of a good example. Why it's not, and sometimes people call that world models. The word world models is so abused, it's almost nonsensical. But it's not. It's kind of that, but really it's about how do you train, deploy, test, like, and everything including synthetic data, neural sim, all of that falls into our platform that you can use to develop, autonomous systems. So typically the way our customers interact with us is they either buy the models that go on the machines or they buy the platform in order to develop their own intelligence that goes on machines. But that's what, our getting 1 billion machines to be intelligent mission, that doesn't necessarily mean we have to put all the models on the machines. Our customers do that as well. And so those are kind of our two biggest, parts of the business, and that's where we make, vast majority of our money.
So we talked about how physical AI is all the rage, but so is defense tech.
Yeah.
And I've been in venture capital for 20 plus years now, and defense tech was just not a thing until, let's say, the last 5 years. And you guys actually recently acquired a company called Epicai and have a whole business in defense as well. Could you talk about what makes that industry really exciting, specifically to Applied Intuition?
Yeah, we have a multi-$100 million defense business, but it's still a fraction of the business. We have a bigger business at large. It's one of our smaller verticals, actually. I think a lot of people associate us with defense because we came up with that Anduril age of about 10 years ago when defense wasn't in vogue. I think our first defense deal was 8.5 years ago at this point. And I think the real credit goes to the Palantirs and then the Andurils who really show that actually you can build a pretty real business if you do defense. We're a dual-use company. So we don't build specifically for defense. We build technology that goes in all these verticals. One of those verticals is defense. Defense is different in the sense of the procurement is different. The use cases are different. Some of the let's say the safety requirements are different. Like if you're driving a self-driving truck versus something that's like what we do, which we have boats that are autonomous, very, very different, and the rules of the environment are different. I think my 2 cents on, and I've said this before, is I think any technical company that's American, obviously we're not in America right now, that's American should support the U.S. government in its goals. And so we've been very clear about that. I think it's more in vogue today. You can kind of hear it in my answers. We're always first principle thinking about this. And I think the reason dual use is going to be the future is because often the commercial technology leads defense technology. That wasn't the case for a long time. Historically, defense actually led a lot of the innovations, and that changed in the last 30, 40 years. And so if you're a commercial company, that's an opportunity actually to go into defense. And I think that played into our model as well.
Great. I think that was the last question I was supposed to ask because we're out of time. But thank you so much, and congratulations on all your success.
Yeah, thanks for investing.
Perfect. Okay. Next, we are moving into the realm of defense tech. And from co-pilots to autonomous agents, we're going to cover all of those fun things with our next panel, including Sebastian Kurz, the co-founder of Dream Group and the former Chancellor of Austria, Jacob Hellberg, under the Secretary of State for Economic Affairs, moderated by Sebastian Mathis, Editor-in-Chief at Handelsblatt. So please welcome them back.
So good afternoon. In our next session, as you've heard, we have 2 people that really know a lot about the 2 worlds the session is really about. They really know a lot about the inner circle of the international tech ecosystem and also the inner circle of American and European governments. Right? So Jacob, let's start with you. Not everybody knows that you are born and raised in Paris, so you're actually fluent in French. And in your job, you really travel back and forth a lot between Europe and the United States. So when you get off the plane these days, coming from Washington, get off the plane in, let's say, London, Paris, or Berlin, how does it feel different? What is the biggest difference between the United States and Europe right now?
So first of all, it's great to be back here. I have been traveling back and forth between Europe and the United States basically my whole life because, as you mentioned, my mother's French, my father's American, and I was born and raised in Europe. I lived here 18 years, so it's always great to be back here, especially in the summer. I think one of the big things that's really hard to miss is in the U.S., we are seeing an economy that is being propelled in a pretty historic way by the AI boom. And at first, there was a little bit of a debate as to how strong the AI boom was and how long it would last. And part of what we've seen over the last year is because of recent events, geopolitical events, we've seen a lot of volatility in the energy markets, and we've seen the American economy remain incredibly strong despite that volatility. And it's quite indisputable that a big part of that is the AI revolution is fueling hundreds of billions of dollars in CapEx investments in the US. So I'm sure you saw the recent IMF data that was published with the US economy so far growing at between 2 and 3%. Unemployment remains below 5%, which is roughly full unemployment. And so it's incredibly exciting to see companies starting to integrate AI into their operations. We're starting to see gains in productivity. And in Europe, we're starting to see a lot of interest from a lot of very talented builders to look for ways of being part of that revolution. Just last month in Washington, a few weeks ago in Washington, we held our second Pax Silica Summit. And the same week, we actually included the accession of the European Union, of Germany, of the Netherlands, and Greece into Pax Silica, which I think is a testament to how interested Europe is to being part of this AI revolution.
Right. So 3 weeks ago, there was a big news for Europe. Washington restricted the access to the most powerful AI model. So isn't the strongest sales argument for the European tech sovereignty your own government?
Isn't the most salient what?
Sales argument for European tech sovereignty, like the United States government?
Yeah, this is such an important debate. And I'm actually happy you bring this up because it's really worth unpacking. The word, if you ask 10 people, define what AI sovereignty means, you'll probably get 10 different answers.
I will ask Sebastian next.
And he's a very intelligent guy. I'd love to know. But even within the U.S., there isn't broad consensus on what it means, on what sovereignty means. And the interesting thing is, in the U.S., people conceive sovereignty as being all about closed source versus open source. In Europe, we're seeing in some corners of Europe, people defining it much more in a geographic way. And what's concerning to us, which is really, was a big topic of conversation actually at the summit that we hosted in Washington, which is it's incredibly important to continue promoting an ecosystems-based approach. If we start to define AI sovereignty in a way where we say we need to entirely vertically integrate the entire stack in-house, that means that that's going to be tens of billions of dollars in resources and thousands of engineers that are going to be diverted away from building tomorrow's technology and towards rebuilding yesterday's technology.
Right.
And we believe sovereignty is about being a net contributor to the innovation ecosystem. The US missed the boat on 5G, and our response was not, let's rebuild Ericsson in-house or Nokia. We are massive buyers of Ericsson and Nokia 5G.
And Huawei first.
And we actually are not. I mean, as you know, we have actually banned, and gone through tremendous lengths because we view Huawei as a national security threat. But we're big buyers of ASML. We're big buyers of SK Hynix, chips. And so we believe in an ecosystems-based approach.
Let's talk about your perspective, Sebastian. How could sovereignty in AI look like for Europe? Or is that not a concept you would favor?
No, I'm absolutely in favor. I think to go one step back, I think we all have to acknowledge that we live in a globalized world, that there is nothing like being 100% independent. But I think COVID, for example, was a big shock, when many parts of the world found out that they were not even able to produce simple things like masks, and that they were 100% dependent on China when it came to such simple things, And I think this changed the mindset. And then if you look at the last few years, the world has changed a lot, like even between allies like the EU and the US, or even within the NATO, there are sometimes more tensions than in the past. And this, I think, leads to a point that other parts of the world think about, we will always be dependent in some areas, but is it possible to be not 100% dependent from China, of course, but more and more also feel the need to be not 100% dependent on the US. And I think this is reasonable. And to a certain extent, I think this should be the goal for every nation. Of course, for smaller countries, it's much more difficult. But for Europe as a whole, of course, to a certain extent, I think it's possible.
But what does sovereignty actually mean? Like we've talked about the news around Mythos, the model that couldn't be reached from Europe for a couple of days. So does Europe, for example, need its own AI models?
Look, I think Mythos was a perfect example. I would say Europe was used to be the customer on many products, like no matter if it's the iPhone or if it's Google or Facebook or social media, or Microsoft products, Europe was always the customer, and the profit, congratulations, was in the US.
Exactly, it still is. So
with the Mythos moment, the first time people realized, wow, probably it's going to change completely. Probably we will not be able to be the customers, or somebody else, or a different government, like the government in the US, can decide if you can continue to be a customer or not. And I think this changed a little bit the mindset. And on the foundational models, I think, of course, the US and China are far ahead, and I think it's very difficult.
But Europe needs one?
I think on the foundational models is very difficult, very difficult, but I think there are plenty of use cases and plenty of areas, especially when it comes to, for example, on-prem solution, when it comes to very sensitive data, when it comes to governmental use cases. I think there's a lot of room, and I think you cannot compare different use cases. For medium-sized companies or for consumers, it might be okay to have everything on the cloud or to work with open source models. If it's about sensitive data of a government, if it's about financial data, security-related data, it's much more complex. And I think there, Europe and also other countries that take themselves serious, I think they have to work hard to become more independent, more sovereign, if you want to say so.
And if I could just add one thing to that, I mean, let's double click on this Mythos issue. We did not, pull back access to technology that lots of people were using. Mythos was an entirely new model that was incredibly powerful from a cybersecurity standpoint. And we thought that it was the responsible thing to do to allow for a window of time where we had a controlled release on an entity-by-entity basis to allow the financial system, to allow critical infrastructure institutions to harden their critical infrastructure before letting it loose and before we started seeing mass cyber attacks. And so the position of the U.S. government has never been to let everyone use our technology and then yank it back. But what we have asked for since then, in the president's recently published executive order, is for a 30-day window for the most powerful models to be evaluated for security reasons.
Right, but next time,
I fully understand, by the way. I think the point that is important, and I think this is what more and more people understand. I think at the beginning of the AI boom, many people thought, okay, this will be a very powerful new industry, or this will be an important sector. And now more and more people find out and realize it will affect everything. It will affect the way how we communicate, how we educate our kids. It will really change all industries. And I think that's the reason why countries need to catch up, because it's not like, okay, we buy all our furniture or all the clothing from China or from Italy or somewhere else. It's like it has such a big impact on everything that I think it's an area where you cannot say, okay, we leave it to the US and China.
But say in just a few words, you just said the regions have to catch up. What would that look like? In what fields do we actually need sovereign technology? So,
from my perspective, in everything that is security related, which means sensitive data of governments, inner security, of course, defense. These are the use cases where, from my perspective, it's a need, and it's a must. And then I would say, in general, if you look at our economy in the US or in Europe, I think Germany, many other European countries, were used to be strong players in traditional industries, and most of the tech companies are in the US. I think if we do the same mistake in the field of AI, it will be a disaster for Europe. So if we don't catch up here in general, besides the issue of sovereignty, I think it will be a disaster economically.
Let me circle back on one point that Sebastian mentioned, because I think it's such an important point. He talked about the experience that we had during COVID and Chinese unfair competition. And the experience, our experience with the US, that the US had during COVID was similar to what he was describing, which is all of a sudden we don't know where our ventilators are coming from. We don't know where our vaccines are coming from. And one of my mentors in the tech industry used to say that you have people nowadays that are busy throwing Angry Birds at pigs on their cell phones while riding an 18th century subway. And if you extrapolate that today, we're talking about digital sovereignty. What we're not talking about is industrial sovereignty, because China today controls 90 to 99% of the rare earth market. They control 50 to 85% of the smartphone market. They are crushing the automobile industry. And what we are seeing in Ukraine is you can't win a war with Facebook ads. You need drones and bullets and factories. And I think the really important conversation that we need to have, and this might be one of the biggest points of convergence that the United States and Europe really sees eye to eye on, is on economic security and the need for us to work together in order to revitalize our industrial activities.
Sebastian, after you left office, sometime later you decided to co-found your own company. It's called Dream. It's an AI cybersecurity company. What will that be? It's in the field of data analysis and combined with AI. Will this be something like a European Palantir in the end?
So first of all, I was very lucky. I worked 10 years in the Austrian government, and when I left, first I didn't know what to do. So like most former politicians, I started an advisory business. After a few months, I wanted to do something more entrepreneurial, and then by accident, I met my co-founder, Shalev Julio, in Tel Aviv. He's genius, and we had the idea to start something together. He was very successful in the field of cyber intelligence. and had a lot of knowledge also in offensive cyber. So after a few months, it felt very natural for us to combine that, all the experience in this field with the superpower of AI. So the first product that we built was an AI-based cybersecurity platform for nations and also for critical infrastructure. And then we moved more and more to the field of sovereign AI, like AI use cases for intelligence and other like critical use cases. And well, I think it's difficult to compare companies because we are a very young company. We are 3.5 years old, raised at 3 billion now. Palantir is a giant. But yeah, I'm very thankful, yeah, and I enjoyed the journey so far. And I think that the advantage is that we have like great team built.
What is the vision for Dream?
Well, the vision is to support countries to become powerful in the field of AI and cyber. Our belief is that, like, of course, in the past, countries were super nations if they had nuclear. And I think today, it's very important to be strong in the field of AI, of course, in the field of cyber, because hybrid warfare and cyber attacks will become more and more a threat. And third, of quantum, but I think quantum is still a bit early. Yeah? So at the moment, I think we are a strong partner for governments and for critical infrastructure in the field of AI and cyber. And we try to help countries that are not superpowers like the US, but to become superpowers in this field.
Right. So we are talking also about what democracies have to do to stay ahead in the AI game, right? This is our topic today. So let's wrap up with like 3 things every democracy have to own in AI to really keep up. Maybe Jacob.
Have to own or have to do?
Have to do and to own.
So our administration, is of the view that a lot of politicians tend to overcomplicate things a little bit. Our best innovations come from the private sector, and so if you kind of start from that principle, the idea is if you want to lead, you need to create the conditions to allow builders to do what they do best, which is build as boldly and as fast as possible. And what that has meant is, in practice, full CapEx expensing under the One Big Beautiful Bill, so companies can make CapEx investment and benefit from accelerated depreciation. It means unleashing energy abundance to be competitive from a cost of energy standpoint in the US. So the president reopened 2 million acres for drilling in Anwar. He reopened offshore drilling off the Gulf of America. And it also means accelerated permitting and NEPA reform, which is incredibly important.
And so you advise the government in the United States and Donald Trump. If you would advise the French president, what would you tell him to do?
I think it is hard. So let me just quote a fellow European, Mario Draghi. And the Draghi report, I think, was really seminal because when American officials come to Europe and suggest that the European Union has gone a little bit too far on regulation, often,
a little bit,
has gone way too far in regulation. The well is a bit poisoned because people think, oh, here comes the Americans again, preaching to us about regulations. Mario Draghi, who was obviously chairman of the European Central Bank, has said that it is crucial and a matter of economic survival for Europe to engage in mass simplification of its regulatory framework, and that more crucially, every new regulation needs to factor in the impact on growth. And I think part of what has happened at the EU level is 2 things. The first is, I think Draghi really put his finger on something that's very important, which is a lot of regulations have been passed without proper consideration for what the impact on economic growth and activity would be, number 1. And number 2, one of the interesting observations that I've noticed since assuming this role is, in the US, we have constitutional delineations between the powers of the federal government and safe harbors at the state level. So meaning there are things that are the purview of states that the federal government is not allowed to do. And an interesting dynamic is that in Europe, that line feels less clear because the EU can effectively pass any rule related to the common market.
Right.
And if it's about the market...
So it's mainly about a regulation. There's one quote I found in the preparation where you said that 80% of the conflicts between Europe and the United States are based on one law, the Digital Markets Act.
Yeah.
How's that?
It's... I think that most of the friction between the U.S. and Europe, obviously there's been long-standing conversations around NATO, but and we were talking about this earlier. First of all, let me just say that a lot of the attention is always focused on the friction, but Europe is a very important ally, and we just celebrated our 250th anniversary, and France is our oldest partner, so we're very happy to work with Europe on a lot of things. But most of the friction with the European Union that we have basically all stem from the Digital Markets Act, because Americans view it as a non-tariff trade barrier, as a way for the European Union doesn't have the power to levy taxes on Europeans, and so the back door is to try to extract money out of wealthy American companies.
Right. So, Sebastian, very briefly, 3 things that have to change right now to stay ahead in the AI game in Europe.
I can make it probably even more simple. I think it's one thing. It's the mindset. Yeah. I think for the US, especially for this government, the key focus is always to be successful, to be competitive, to be economically strong. And I think, to be honest, we lost that in Europe, probably because we were successful for a long time, probably because of other reasons. But I think there is the need to focus again that competitiveness is the reason to be economically successful, especially if you're an export-driven economy.
Got it.
And without being economically strong, you cannot finance the social welfare system and everything that a lot of people enjoy in Europe. So I think that's the key factor.
Right.
That's the main thing that has to change again.
Last word. In June, you ruled out a return to politics for now. If the party calls, would you pick up the phone and go back to politics?
The party calls regularly, and I regularly pick up the phone, but that doesn't change my position. I was 10 years in the Austrian government, which is a long time in general. It's especially a long time for somebody who is 39 years old. So it has been an interesting but also very intense 10 years, and I pretty much enjoy what I'm doing now. I was always talking about entrepreneurship when I was in politics. I always said there is a need of more people who are brave and start a company. So now I did it, and it feels quite good, so I'm happy with that.
Thank you so much. Sebastian, Jacob, great to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. Standing room only in here. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because these guys definitely do not need an introduction. And I know I'm between you and cocktails very shortly. So we welcome Mark Papermaster from AMD and Kareem Jalbou from Constellation Advisors.
All right. A few more sessions, and then we'll get to close this amazing conference of 2 days. So Mark is the CTO of AMD. And I have to admit that I have a major regret that I didn't invest in AMD 6 months ago. You guys were at $200. Here we are at 500 or close to. You're the underdog in CPUs against Intel. You're the underdog against NVIDIA for GPUs. But I cannot call you an underdog when you're nearly $1 trillion in market value. So Mark, what is it that the market has seen the last 6 months that I personally missed?
Well, first of all, Kareem, thanks for the chat here today. Looking forward to it. But I'll go back before 6 months, because when you think about the AMD story, we really had to reinvent what we were doing. It started with getting a leadership CPU. We got that out in 2017. So we've actually been getting very steady market share gain in CPU. And in fact, we're probably on a path to have server market share leadership in the next few months. So a very, very exciting path. And with GPU, we've always been in GPUs. And the key was first getting those GPUs back to be fully competitive. And we did that. We won the top #1 in supercomputer in 2022. 2024, we beat that and had yet again a #1 supercomputer. And then we flipped into AI, and that's when we started. We went from 0 to $5 billion revenue in 1 year. That was in 2024, and we're on an annual. That was in 2023, and we're on an annual cadence of new GPUs. But what happened in the last 6 months? Agentic AI. So now those leadership CPUs are needed more than ever, because when you're running the agentic applications, it's not just the GPU. You're actually using more and more CPU, and that's how we're getting fundamental productivity gains. It's truly game-changing the last 6 months.
And then your core strength has always been CPU. So in a way, the market is absolutely timed right, and we'll talk about how things are going to evolve over time. But what people don't know about Mark, which is quite cool actually, is that he led the engineering and R&D through the PC world. If you remember IBM back then, he was there. The internet. Mobile, he worked with Steve Jobs on both the iPad and the iPhone. We've gone through cloud, and here we are in AI. So Mark, you've kind of seen every massive technology transformation that's ever happened. What's so special about this one? Why is it going so fast?
Yeah. It's a great question, and I am very fortunate to have hit each of those inflection points. I mean, think about PC brought information to all of us that used to you have to dig through exhaustive research, but the PC plus the internet brought all that information to us, and mobile with the phone brought it to where it was with us everywhere. It was an extension of our body, and so all those were huge changes. But what's so different here is that now with AI, with the type of models that we have now that have a reasoning capability that's outstanding, and with agentic AI, where you can really put the pieces together to get work done. We're going from productivity gains that we had prior to the last 6 months of 10% kind of gains to now dramatic improvements in productivity. Just in our own chip design at AMD, we're shaving months off time of market. We're taking new features that we needed that would take many, many months, and we're getting it down to weeks and days.
It's incredible, and I think being not only a chip manufacturer, you're probably seeing the trend internally in your own business to kind of figure out what's happening outside. And if I step back for a second, this has been a massive theme across the last 2 days. Agentic AI brings a lot more complexity, more metrics, more logs, more information, faster thinking. And if you think about two things, first of all, CPUs, you need a lot more processing power. So one quote that I read is, in today's agentic world, it takes 4 times more CPUs to do what we want, what these agents are doing. And from a GPU perspective, which is kind of like the matrix thinking that crushes everything in a very, in a very simple way, we need a lot more efficiency there. So how are you seeing the stack evolve over time? And if you're in an enterprise company, how should you be thinking about your enterprise?
Well, what you talk about is certainly we're all seeing that if you're out, transforming your business into being an AI first, AI driven business. And when you think about complexity, it's actually what's giving you the efficiency I just mentioned a moment ago. Because how are you getting massive efficiency gains? you're actually orchestrating many, many parallel workflows that used to be run serially. One team would get a piece of work done, they pass it over to the next team. It might be in a technology aspect, it might be on a manufacturing floor, it might be in accounting. These were all serial processes. Well, with agentic, we all hear about agentic agents. They're great. I have an agentic agent that speeds up my everyday. It's my right hand. But it's agentic workflows that are adding that complexity, because now you're running many, many agents at one time. You're creating sub-agents that represent skill classes, groups that used to have.
Each agent's got to orchestrate
exactly
a gazillion million different functions.
Exactly. And the context window is larger. So think about the role of CPUs used to be, hey, I have a CPU as a head node, a controller for my GPU. So that's what everyone says, AI is GPUs. Well, now you have a bigger and bigger what's called context windows. We're all asking it, but the prompts are much more complex. Well, we have to orchestrate that, and that's done in the CPU. So you have this whole orchestration and reasoning level. To do that reasoning is much more CPU to orchestrate. And then you got to get the work done. And where's the work get done? That's generally been CPU-based workloads. We have x86 CPUs. Everything runs on x86 CPU. So all of that is changing from a ratio of 1 CPU to, it used to be like 8 GPUs, 1 to 4. Now it's literally becoming 1 CPU to 1 GPU.
And is there also, so that's one way is just get more CPUs in. The other way is, can we get GPUs to be more efficient? And you've got now a lot of different companies. I mean, someone's going to have to win it at some point, but trying to drive more efficiencies between GPUs. This is getting quite technical, but I had to learn all this stuff. And
it is GPUs, but honestly, Kareem, it's the whole system. Like, we've changed at AMD. We used to think about, and we used to be organized with a CPU division, a GPU division, and we have all those teams have to work together. Gone is the day of creating one little piece. You have to, what we call holistic design. You have to design for the system, all the way up through the application stack. And that's how we get the efficiencies. So it's feeding the beast. The beast is that huge CPU, GPU, your compute engines. So you need networking to be able to scale them together efficiently. You need to be able to analyze from the software. You have to look at where are all the bottlenecks, and you have to eliminate those bottlenecks. And then you just have to really, truly optimize one against the other, not one at the expense, any one component at the expense of the other components.
And Mark, we all talk about it, but obviously more compute is more energy is more money, more cost. All CFOs have the usage of token on their top, on their mind to make sure that cost doesn't get out of control. So far, we haven't seen yet. We've seen a correlation of more compute, more energy, but do we ever see a point where the output becomes more efficient and we need less energy, so it becomes a more affordable approach?
Well, two things. One, there's going to be efficiency of getting the job done, like I said earlier. So really thinking about truly the inflection we're in, where you're optimizing for agentic workflows, what you're running much more efficiently, because you've got these racks of computers that used to run at a fraction of capacity. With agentic workflows and the parallelization you can actually run at a much higher efficiency. So one, you're utilizing the compute infrastructure you have in a much better way. And then what we're all doing, we're power limited. Across the world, we're energy gated in terms of building out. So that's a huge impetus to all of us in industry to collaborate, to work together. We do it in every aspect of our design, driving more energy efficiency into the chip. You're seeing new types of chips that are running inferencing much more efficiently, running computing more efficiently. So it's economically and frankly, from just a pure ability to meet the demand, we have to drive more efficiency.
When will we get there, do you think?
Constant process. I mean, literally every generation, you're going to see significant efficiency improvements.
Okay. Something else that's super interesting is, obviously people think AMD is just about selling chips, but you're not. You're also selling solutions, you're selling applications, and even to the point where now you're partnering up to build already built up data centers that already have the chips, the cooling. I mean, that's a completely different business model. It's a different way of operating. Tell us a little bit about how you're not diverting, but you're adding to your strategy and how you're operating as a business to I mean, your go-to-market must be completely different now.
Yeah, it is a different business model, and I'm actually going to tie it back to the efficiency question you had just prior. So everyone is struggling as they apply AI to make sure they can realize the benefit. It's expensive. And so the way to do that is, for us, it's to optimize solutions. And it is at the rack level. So we've acquired ZT Systems. We optimize an entire cluster of CPU, GPU, networking. It's all there, and we optimize that. But that's not enough. You want to run AI where it runs best. You want it to run very efficiently on the factory floor. If you can analyze all that factory data right there, get answers right there, and compress what you need that has to go back to the big cluster. Personal AI is huge. I mean, you look at the new PC we put out called Strix Halo, and you can run hundreds of billion parameter models on that very, very efficiently. And you also have the sovereignty of owning all of that, and you can run that standalone from the internet. So it has changed how we talk about our products, how we go to market. It's all about what problem is it solving, how are we making you more efficient with our products.
And I always say that the companies that succeed are the ones that are able to adapt. But and maybe we haven't really talked about this, but how have you changed your go-to-market route? Because you've got, say, a Salesforce used to be selling chips, and now all of a sudden you're selling solutions. And you don't have much time to adapt, because if you're not doing it, someone else is doing it.
Well, you're absolutely right. So again, AI is just not an option for any of us because it's affecting every single one of our personal lives every day, our work lives. If not, I think it's pretty well accepted. I certainly, and our company certainly accepts it. You'll be left behind if you're not adopting. So our entire company, including every person in sales, has been trained in AI. They're writing their own agents. They're using every day just as part of the training. We've hit 100%. We have a phase 2 training them much more in depth based on the solutions that they're trying to sell. So the world has changed. We are adapting very, very quickly. Our goal is to think like a startup. If there is an AI native startup, how would they go about solving that problem? That's what we want to do.
No, I love that. And maybe I'll touch a little bit on culture before we keep moving on. But I kind of joked about being an underdog. But you are, in a way, still an underdog. And are there any values from that DNA that you've built that you just mentioned, which is we got to keep learning, keep adapting? How would you describe the values, the cultural values of AMD?
It's actually our secret weapons. Our secret sauce is our culture. We have that culture of being a scrappy underdog, a fighter. It's always been part of AMD. I joined with Lisa Su almost 15 years ago to AMD, and we didn't lose that scrappiness, that underdog, but what we've added is a culture of execution. Listening to our customers, understanding the problem we're solving, and getting those products out to market at very high quality, at top performance, as we had called. People run their business. They need to know you're delivering it when you called, it would be there. And so I think it's that aspect of not losing the scrappiness, and equally our culture of really listening to our customers and really collaborating with them. It's a huge differentiator for us.
Simple things that we always preach, but it's so difficult to do. How many people are you now in the organization?
We're 33,000 wide in our company now.
I mean, name me another company that's 33,000 people that can say grittiness and humbleness is what we live by. So it is definitely magic sauce. The other thing that you took a bet on very, very early on was openness. Openness in terms of software, openness in terms of standards, and versus some of the competitors that were a bit more closed is a bet that you made. We'll talk a little bit on how that impacts Europe, but do you still believe that openness was a good bet back then, and do you still think that openness is a bet to continue going with?
Yes, we've been committed to open systems, open ecosystems, and open software stack, and it's been a huge differentiator for us. It's part of what I said earlier. We want to win on the merit of our products. We want to collaborate and create a partnership that is a win-win, and that we are able to do with this open ecosystem approach. I told you we bought a system company, ZT Systems. Well, we didn't just go compete with all our customers. We created a blueprint, a design of systems that we give to our system manufacturing partners. So we speed their time to market. We've done a holistic optimization with our ZT skills and with our customers, and that's just a great example. Those racks, this huge 72-node Helios AI rack, CPU, GPU networking coming out this fall is an open standard, OCP. The networking of how we connect all this is an open standard, and our AI stack is open, fully open.
But you could argue that openness could actually stifle speed. The fact that if you're closed, you know exactly what you're doing, you can move much faster in the market. If you're open, you're learning, you're adapting, more people coming in. Do you see a downside to the openness, or things that you're being challenged at thinking through to on that aspect?
We play the long game. So what we do in any new feature we get out, we do drive that feature. We work with a set of partners rather than think about a new capability you need. Do you partner with the world, or do you pick 4 or 5 key customers that'll be immediate adopters, and we'll bring out a new capability. We then open source it, and then we have the community can contribute. If it's open source software stack, we have now a robust continuous integration, continuous development process. They can add to it and build it. So it's race to market, get it out, and then leverage the openness to allow the community to add capabilities.
And Mark, we heard on the previous panel the role of the US. I think we can all agree that Europe finally woke up, probably a year ago. We have a voice now. And even the EU AI coalition wrote an explicit anti-lock-in, so when you work with different customers, what that means is basically large enterprises have a regulatory reason now, not just a preference, to not depend on some of the bigger AI infrastructure like we know. I'll name some: AWS, Google Clouds that are not European. So given how important sovereignty is to us here in Europe, do you feel your openness and your positioning has accelerated AMD's presence here?
It absolutely has. And you think about our presence with running the Lumi supercomputer in Finland, with Alice Lecoq here in Paris. We have E&I in Italy, HLRS in Germany. So we're not new to Europe in creating, really understanding their needs. And all of those systems are running our OpenStack. You take what we did in Lumi, that OpenStack allowed them to then tailor their models, natural language, native language, Finnish optimization, and they control their destiny. And I have to really applaud the EU AI Gigafactory. When you look at early drafts, it really wasn't open to the industry. It was really tailored to one vendor.
Yeah.
When you look at the revisions and where it's going now, it's not only accepting diversity and choice, it's encouraging it. And so, we believe that the message is out about our open ecosystem. Not just us. Open ecosystems means we're bringing many partners with us. And in Europe, we've targeted those customers that can help us build open and sovereign systems.
Will you double down on Europe even more now, or?
Yes, we will.
That's good news for us. And maybe the final question, because we're going to make up some of the time. You've got a pretty big conference coming up in 2 weeks. It's called AMD's Advanced AI, where you're going to share some new advancements. I know your communications team is going to kill me for asking you this question, but I have to. Is there anything you can tell us that you're about to either announce, or any themes we should be thinking about what's going to happen in 2 weeks' time?
No, we're really excited. So what we do at Advancing AI is we bring in developers, we have workshops, we show the best practices. I talked about those AI agentic workflows. We're going to be showing, examples where people are just creating, amazing productivity gains. But we will be really talking about pulling the covers back on that Helios rack. I'm super excited about the information we're going to show, and we'll put it out there. We'll show why we're so excited about it. And likewise, our new 2-nanometer Venice CPUs, they're killer. So we've got that as well as lots more coming out in 2 weeks.
Mark, thanks so much for your time. Thanks for the grittiness of AMD, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you both. Now we're joined by one of the pioneers who we should thank for helping us in modernize AI. We welcome to the stage Jan Lekun from AMI Labs and Tom McKenzie from Bloomberg TV.
Take your pick of chairs, Jan.
All right.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Jan, godfather of AI.
You know, godfather is, I live in New Jersey. Godfather in New Jersey means you work for the mafia.
Yes, okay, well maybe we use a different terminology than that. I should start by wishing you happy birthday. It was your birthday yesterday.
Yesterday, yes.
Okay, so there we go. Happy birthday, Jan.
I turned 26 for those of you who are wondering.
Yes. 26-year-old Jan has achieved quite a lot. Formerly, of course, chief AI scientist at Meta for 12 years, and am I thinking correctly? And so consequential for the world that we live in right now is the convolutional neural network, CNN, which you pioneered in late 1980s, that underpins really how we use our phones, image recognition, every time you go for a scan at a hospital, autonomous driving. That is still having a worldwide and global impact. And 7 months ago, am I right in saying 7 months ago, you launched AMI Labs, co-founded AMI Labs. So give us an update. How is that going? The focus of AMI Labs is to build world models, so physical AI that can interact in the world, learn, react, and take in those physical cues. How is all of that going?
Right. It's AI for the real world. For real signals. So LLMs handle discrete sequences of symbols quite well. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to real signals, video, sensors from industry or whatever, LLMs are completely useless, essentially. And so it's a new type of AI that we're developing. Our ambition is to really bring about the next revolution in AI. We have LLM and derived systems from LLM that can, pass the bar exam, demonstrate, prove mathematical theorems, write code. All of this is great, very useful, very productive, improves productivity of a lot of people. Can write long emails, which the recipient will feed to an LLM to produce a shorter version of, etc. It's great for that, but not for understanding the physical world, and that's why we don't have level 5 self-driving cars, despite convolutional nets, and we don't have domestic robots. We don't have robots that can do what a 10-year-old can do, or even what a cat can do. So there is a huge gap in performance between the type of tasks that we think of as intellectual tasks and the tasks that we take for granted, but turned out to be really, really difficult for machines to accomplish.
So just explain for us why scaling LLMs at the frontier, the Anthropics and the OpenAIs, cannot do this.
Okay. So there's a lot of complexity about the physical world that LLMs really cannot capture, because the representation of the world that they have is through text descriptions of it. Of course, modern LLMs have vision pipelines, right? So you can feed an image or a video to it, and they produce basically what amounts to a tokenized version of that input, which is merged with the flow of text, and then the system to some extent can interpret images. But there is a lot more to the world than just a textual description or even a description by token. So there's a lot of intuitions we develop about the real world. If I drop this bottle here, you can predict what's going to happen, of course. And of course, you ask a LLM, I'm holding a bottle, I'm going to let it go, what's going to happen? It's going to tell you it's going to fall, and if it's above the floor, it's going to hit the floor. Maybe it's going to explode and splash water everywhere. You can't predict exactly in what the details of this are. But most of the details in the world, in the physical world, are not predictable. And so the very idea of a generative model does not work in the real world. It's relatively easy to predict the word that follows a sequence of words, which is really what LLMs are doing, whether it's natural language or code or whatever, right? You show the system a long sequence of words, and you train it to predict the next word. It can never exactly predict the word that follows, but it can produce a score for every possible words in your dictionary or a probability distribution, right? So then you pick a word from that probability distribution. That's the word the system is going to produce. You shift that into the input, and now you can produce the second word, shift that into the input, third word. That's called autoregressive prediction. It's a very old idea, and that's what LLMs are based on. If you want LLMs to reason a little bit, you have it produce lots and lots of those sequences, and then you have another neural net that selects the best answer among all of the ones that are produced, which is ridiculously expensive. But this is how those, coding, mathematics kind of system work, more or less. Now, if you want a system to understand the real world, why not use the same technique? Take a piece of video and train the system to predict what's going to happen next in the video. And if you train the system to predict at the pixel level, it simply doesn't work. Because most of the details in video are not predictable. Most of the information contained in video is entirely unpredictable. If I take a video of this room, I point the camera on this side, I slowly rotate the camera, I stop here, and I ask a system, fill in the blanks, tell me what's going to happen next in the video. Probably going to predict the camera is going to continue rotating. There's absolutely no way it can predict what every one of you looks like. There's just no information from which that it can use to make that kind of prediction. So if you train a system to make that prediction at the pixel level, you kill it, because you basically are asking it to solve a task that is completely unsolvable. Now, of course, you're going to say, but wait, we have systems that can do video generation. Yes, they can, but they're going to make a prediction that is false. They're not going to predict what you look like. They're just going to put random people there, right? And those systems don't really construct a good understanding of the underlying physics or reality of that. So the technique we've been working on for a number of years, while I was at FAIR, and since we created AMI Labs, is called JEPA, and it consists in training a system not to generate and predict all the details of a signal, but to construct or learn an abstract representation of that signal, of a video, and then to make predictions in that abstract representation space. And what the system does is that it eliminates all the information from that representation that is unpredictable. And that's the way we actually can apprehend the world as humans or as scientists. We always have a mental abstract representation of reality that allows us to make prediction and ignores all the underlying details.
When do you prove that out? When do you release your first model from AMI?
Okay, so we know this idea works because I've been working on this for the better part of the last 15 years, but I had a keynote at the NIPS conference, it wasn't called NeurIPS yet, in 2016, where I said the future of AI is world models. So things that can predict, given the state of the world at time t, so an abstract representation of the state of the world, given an action that you imagine taking, a world model will predict the next state of the world that results from this action.
Well, you made that forecast in 2016?
2016, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I had this idea for a long time, and this basic idea is not particularly new. But I said, this is the way we should build intelligent systems. Have a system that can predict the consequences of its actions, because if you have a system that can predict the consequences of its actions, it can plan a sequence of actions to accomplish a task, right? You can say, well, I want to move this bottle from here to here, right? It's not a very complex task, but you can have an objective, which is the bottle is in this location, and then figure out what sequence of action should I accomplish so that it actually puts the bottle here. And of course, there is an infinite number of possibilities. I could do this with my left hand or my right hand. I could, turn the bottle around. I could follow a funny trajectory. I could throw it or whatever. Probably not a good idea. So, can you plan a sequence of actions that will result in the outcome that you want? And if you have such a mental model that predicts the consequences of your actions, you can do this planning. This is very classical in optimal control. This is not a new technique. It's called MPC, Model Predictive Control.
Okay.
What's new is can we train this world model from data, from observational data? And that's basically how humans and animals train themselves. You gesticulate when you're a baby, and then you randomly hit objects, and you realize you can hit an object. You realize also that if an object is not supported, it falls. In humans, it takes about 9 months. It takes about 9 months for infants to learn that about gravity and inertia. So can we do the same with machines? And we already had models for the last 2 years that basically already do this. A model called VJEPA 2.1, VJEPA 2, VJEPA 2.1. They understand video. They can tell you if something impossible occurs in a video, so they have a little bit of common sense. The representation of video that they extract can be used for all kinds of downstream tasks with very minimal fine-tuning. So we know it works.
How much of a bottleneck is visual data?
No, it's not a bottleneck, not nearly as much as text. When you take the totality of all the text available on the internet publicly, it's about 20 trillion words. You turn this into token, that's 30 trillion tokens. A token is 2 or 3 bytes, let's say 3. So that's 10 to the 14 bytes. That's the total amount of publicly available text on the internet. Of course, the big AI companies are also training with synthetic data and licensed, non-public data, but it's not a lot actually compared to all the internet. So 10 to the 14 bytes. Now, 10 to the 14 bytes is just about the amount of bytes that gets to your visual cortex in the first 4 years of your life. Okay. Whereas the text, the publicly available text on the internet, would take any of us at least 400,000 years to read through, right? Which is completely impractical, obviously. So a 4-year-old has seen as much training data as the biggest LLMs, except it's video. So video is very redundant. It's not as rich and sort of dense as text. But you learn a huge amount of basic knowledge about how the world works from this. You learn that the world is three-dimensional. You learn that objects cannot disappear from one place and appear in another place, that trajectories are continuous. You learn about inertia, you learn about gravity, you learn about all kinds of stuff. You learn that if you push this bottle from the bottom, it's going to slide. If you push it from the top, maybe it's going to, depending on friction, it's going to flip. If I push on the table with the same strength, it's not going to move. All those things we take for granted, we think, we don't need to be particularly smart for this, and in fact, you don't. A rat can figure this out, and a cat too. And a cat only has 800 million neurons. It's about 100 times less than the human brain. But it's still a challenge for computers.
So if you succeed, let's pick one industry and see how it changes this industry. If this succeeds, let's take defense. Because we're seeing companies like Anduril and Helsing in Germany, Stark in Germany, they are already embedding AI and intelligence into hardware that's being deployed in theater as we speak. What does success at World Models mean for an industry like defense?
Okay, so what they're doing at the moment, a lot of defense or industry more generally, not just defense, but are examples of similar to what you cited at the beginning. So things like image understanding for autonomous driving or driving assistance or collision detection for a car, right? Your car stops automatically, right? So a lot of it is just perception. So the next step is more than perception, is action. Can we plan a sequence of actions to achieve a particular goal? Plan a trajectory for a robot, or a sequence of motions for a robot to, fry eggs or whatever. That's a bit harder. And for defense, there is something that's relatively easy, which is planning a trajectory for a drone or something like this, avoiding obstacles that already exist. But there are a lot more kind of complex decision-making tasks to accomplish in that context where world models really will play a role.
You were at Meta for 12 years. Why were you not able to do this with Mark?
I totally was. I could have stayed at Meta and do this at Meta. The project, which we called internally AMI, Advanced Machine Intelligence, okay, it's the name of the company. We kept the same name. This had the support of Mark Zuckerberg and Andrew Bosworth, the CTO, and a bunch of other people in the leadership. So they were really kind of believed in the idea that eventually AI systems may be of this type, with that kind of blueprint. But what happened in 2025 was that a lot of the sort of AI organization within Meta kind of focused itself on catching up with the rest of the industry for LLMs. And there was a bunch of people who really believe that AGI, whatever you mean by that, will emerge from scaling up LLMs and training them on more data, which I don't believe, and I was publicly very vocal about this fact. So there's a bit of a disconnect. So despite the fact that the project had the support of Mark, this probably was not the optimal place to do this. Also, we were starting to get really good results with those systems, with the VJPA, etc. And so we knew there were applications. Most of those applications would be for industrial process control, controlling a complex system like a power plant, a jet engine, pharmaceutical manufacturing plant or whatever, or a patient, something like that, a human cell, basically modeling and predicting the behavior of complex systems. Most of those applications are B2B, and Meta is not a B2B company. It's a company that is entirely focused on connecting people with each other. So it made sense to leave, start a new company, and go into high gear and for that project, and then make it real.
I know you think about AI sovereignty a lot as well, and you're a leading member of the AI Alliance, and there's a program called Tapestry, and certainly for the industry in Europe, there was a kind of gut punch moment with the export controls around Mythos and Fable. Talk to us about what sovereignty around AI should actually mean in practice for Europe, where the focus should be.
So I think, clearly Europe is behind in terms of the race for LLMs. That's basically in the hands of a few companies in Silicon Valley, who have labs everywhere in the world, right, including in Paris and London, and of course a bunch of Chinese companies. And that ship has sailed, at least from the sort of traditional proprietary platform type view. The Chinese models are open. We don't know how long that's going to last. It may or may not last. And currently, the Chinese models are the best open source ones. There's a lot of people in the world outside the US and China, but also in the US, who would like to have access to, first of all, an open and free foundation model from which they can build a custom product through fine-tuning, right? And those don't exist anymore. There was Llama from Meta. That kind of took a bit of a nosedive. And now, basically, it's not really pushed by Meta anymore. Meta is becoming a little more clammed up, like Google did a couple of years ago. So no credible provider of open AI platforms from the West anymore. They're all Chinese. And a lot of companies in the US, in Europe, in Asia are reluctant to adopt Chinese models. First of all, because they could be shut down tomorrow by political decisions, but also because of issues of biases and things like that. But we see a movement from the use of proprietary platform towards open platforms, mostly Chinese engines, foundation models, because of recent actions of the US government and Anthropic, and the people realizing, we don't have any control on this. If it's a basic infrastructure, it's just too risky to depend on it. So Project Tapestry is an idea I've had for 3 years. I talked about it internally at Meta. It didn't go very far. I talked about it at the United Nations a few years ago. Again, just a few months ago at the United Nations Open Source Week. And talked to various governments around the world about this idea. The basic idea is as follows. Countries, regions, universities, private entities, non-profit or for-profit, could contribute to training a large-scale foundation model, LLM style, without having to release their data. They could use their own data, their own computing infrastructure, and contribute to training a global model without actually communicating their data ever. So maintaining sovereignty on their data. There's a huge amount of training data that is not publicly available that would improve greatly the performance of foundation models. Think of, let me take a non-random example. India. India has 22 languages, official languages, and about 300 languages total, plus some dialects. There's no way OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, or Meta is going to train a model that speaks all of those languages, right? So what is India to do? What they did a few years ago is that they set up an organization called Bharat Gen, which takes open source foundation models and fine-tune them so they speak Indic languages. In the past, they were using Llama. Now they're using one of the Chinese models. They're not happy about it. And they would like open platform. Same problem in Europe, same problem in various countries, Vietnam, Kazakhstan, Africa, various places, Korea, Japan. All of those countries want a sovereign model.
And this is moving towards implementation now. This isn't just a conversation.
That's right. So 2 months ago, we had a kickoff meeting in Paris of the Tapestry project. And it's a kind of a bottom-up thing. Anybody in this room can, if you have any kind of technical ability, you can sign up and contribute to the GitHub. The basic thing here is to build a software infrastructure to do distributed training, right? So every country in the world would, scan their own, digitize all of their cultural information, whatever it is that resides maybe in their national libraries and things like this, not publicly available yet, and have computing resources, and then would train locally a model on their data, also using commonly available data, and then periodically would send their parameter vectors to a central server, if you want, that would compute the average parameter vector of all the contributors. And if you let this go enough with various tricks, you can get all of those systems to slowly converge towards that consensus model that is as good as if it had been trained in a single data center on all the data, right? But the participants do not actually exchange the data. So now what you have is a foundation model that actually could be much better than all the proprietary systems because it would be trained on more data, would be open and free, and the availability of an open and free foundation model in AI is indispensable. This is something that will have to happen. And the reason it will have to happen is because all of our information, all the information we consume eventually, is going to be consumed through the mediation of AI assistant. AI assistant like the one I'm wearing on my nose right now, these are the Ray-Ban Meta, right? There is an assistant in this. I'm not going to ask it question, but I can take a picture of you guys, all right? Okay, another one for this crowd. Okay, I could have asked it to just take the picture. So all of our information diet is going to be mediated by AI systems. If those systems are a handful of proprietary engines from a handful of companies on the west coast of the US or China, this is the end of local culture. The French are really attached to their language, right?
So I've heard.
And not just the French.
Yes.
So
it's that dramatic if we don't get this right.
It's absolutely dramatic because it's loss of linguistic, not just language, but all of culture, right? So the systems, there's people who can test. In fact, that's part of the Tapestry project. You can test to what extent an AI system is culturally biased. And every system is necessarily culturally biased. There is no unbiased system. That's impossible.
Can I ask you, will Amilab, you have offices in Singapore, SF, San Francisco, in Paris, obviously? No? No? I'm wrong? You're building yourself as an international.
It's international, it's global.
Will you have to pick a side at some point?
No. I mean, unless, the US government goes all nutty on us. But
well, we're not. Some would argue we're not too far. I mean, President Macron is concerned.
No, it's a concern. It's possibly one of the reasons that AmiLabs is headquartered in Paris. So AmiLabs has offices in Paris, New York, Montreal, and Singapore. And we're really a global company. Our investors are from all over the world, or industry partners / investors are from all over the world. 40% of our investors are from Europe, 33% from the US, and 27% from Asia, with one fund from UAE. So we're really a global company, but we have zero presence on the west coast of the US, zero presence in China.
Okay, and that's by design.
That's by design for now.
We are 6 minutes over time. I can't believe I have to wrap this up. But lastly, I want to squeeze this in. We started with the economic and social impacts that your first really key development back in the 1980s, late 1980s, CNN, convolutional neural networks had and still has, and we're still benefiting from it. If you succeed with world models briefly, what is the potential economic and societal impact at the higher end?
All the things that you expect AI should be able to do and doesn't do, like domestic robots, like level 5 self-driving cars, which we still don't have, systems that have common sense, that are perhaps as capable, as smart as humans in many ways, but as augmentations, assistants to humans. So AI for the physical world. I don't think we can have AI systems that are generally useful unless they can understand the real world. I don't think you can have agentic systems that are reliable unless they have the ability to predict the consequences of their actions. In other words, unless they have world models. And so it's going to be a new AI revolution. That's what we're building on. And Europe has not lost that race. That is going right now.
Europe's lost on the frontier, but it can win this race.
Europe can absolutely. It's not going to be a win. You never. It's always a constant. Constant progress.
Okay.
So it's not like you win because you discover one secret that nobody else has.
We will have a seat at the table. We'll have a seat at the table.
We have more than that, I think. And right now, Silicon Valley is a bit in a kind of a trench that everybody is digging. They're all kind of working on the same thing. Nobody can deviate from the mainstream LLM, because if they do, they run the risk of falling behind. And so that's an opportunity to seize for people who have alternative approaches, like us.
Yann LeCun, thank you very much. Thank you. Indeed. I won't call it the Godfather, the OG. The OG. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. All right. Running on caffeine and excitement for this next one we have coming up here. I would like to talk about next how AI is reshaping the internet. So I would like to welcome Parag Agrawal, former CEO of Twitter and current founder of Parallel, alongside Kareem Jabu, Constellation Advisory.
The end? You go.
Yeah. Thank you.
So this is the final session of the day before we announce the startup winners and before the football game tonight. Clearly, people are very anxious about who's going to win tonight. Right. So when Parag was the CEO of Twitter and he left, he had made a prediction that agents would use the web 1,000 times more than humans. So my first question obviously is, were you right or were you wrong?
First of all, thank you everyone for staying. I'm between you and a wonderful meal in Paris, I hope. The prediction that Kareem's mentioning, 6 months after I left Twitter, I was hacking away at agents, and I wrote down one day, Agents will use the web 1,000x more than humans. 1,000x was a made-up number. At the time, sounded crazy. And we're 3 years. It's been 3 years since then. And I think it's now crazier on the other side. I think I undershot at 1,000, and I should have, I think 1 million would have been a better guess than 1,000 sitting here today.
Yeah, and that was quite an inspiration for you then to go ahead and create Parallel, which basically builds the web search infrastructure, not for humans, but for AI agents. So explain to me how that whole model works.
Yeah, so I think anytime, what got me excited about building Parallel was two simple observations. One, this conviction that agents will use the web 1,000x more than humans. But second, that agents are different from humans. So,
in which way?
In so many ways. They feel like humans, but they're not, right? Let's talk about the web and how humans interact with the web. Humans write incomplete queries. Humans click through on a random walk of the web. Humans are impatient, spend up to a second waiting for either search results or waiting for a page to load. Humans do not scroll down to page number 3 of any web page you load in front of them. Humans don't use grep on a web page, right? Agents are entirely different. They're limited by context. They can sometimes be very patient, sometimes be very impatient. Sometimes you need to bring a tight context answer in them. Sometimes you can dump large amounts of information. So as a result of these differences, it turns out you have to build new technology. So you have 1,000x the scale and a customer that is optimizing for different things and works differently. And so you get to build new technology and drive real progress in doing so.
Yeah. And what's interesting is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the way the model works, you've got the web on one side, you've got these AI agents which love to scrape for information and look around, and you're pretty much in the middle.
Yes.
You provide APIs and systems to then transfer, exchange, more relevant. What kind of information that's different from me just going and getting it?
Yeah. No, let's just talk about some concrete examples, right? People here have probably used ChatGPT deep research or perhaps an agent in an app like Notion. I don't think there are many lawyers in the room using Harvey. But if you think of these agents, what are they doing? They are models with can reason. People building agents or applications with them, give them access to tools. Some of these tools could be search my email, search my Notion. Another tool could be search the web, read the web. And then you put a model, you allow it to do many, many passes of deciding which tool it wants to use next, and keep going and keep going and keep going. Occasionally, you might give it a tool to write a file locally, and eventually it will produce some work output, either as a file or because you'll give it an action space. That's what an agent is. And turns out, these models create this amazing illusion that they're smart and all-knowing, right? So everyone who builds agents or uses them assumes that the agent is all-knowing.
Is what, sorry?
All-knowing. That knows
All-knowing.
everything, right?
Exactly.
So if you ask the agent, if you just
I
had an
just did with
LLM.
my little Claude, I put it and just assume that information is correct.
Right, and it's like, listen, you take a LLM, any LLM, open source, proprietary today, which does not have a web tool, and you ask it, who is playing in the World Cup tonight? And it does not know. If you ask it, in 2011, where was somebody working? It does not know. It does not know the fresh data. It does not know anything in the torso or the tail. It knows the 42nd president of the United States and the year they were born. It remembers Wikipedia, but it doesn't. So it has all of these gaps, but it creates the illusion that it is all-knowing, right?
Yeah, it's called hallucinations, right?
Yeah, hallucinations are a slightly different thing, but some people call them hallucination when the information is not factually grounded.
Correct.
The thing though we're seeing is anyone building agents needs to give it a web search tool for a large majority of applications. Like now, people who use coding agents, I remember the first year that we used coding agents like Cursor, it used to not have a web search tool. I remember going and finding a docs page from somewhere and copying it in there so that it would locally download it and locally index it alongside your repo so you could work on it. If you did that today, you will feel like a caveman. Like, at least for the people who are used to these products. Like, our expectations change really, really quickly. And so, now what we see is almost any agent, anyone who uses an LLM, most applications, you have to give it a web search tool. And we've spent the last 2.5 years building a large-scale web crawl, a unique differentiated ranker, extremely token-efficient outputs, optimizing for how agents want to use the web.
And so it does tap into much more, to your point, any industry that needs predictable, more thorough data.
Right.
This is much better because you can't really have these agents crawling around, taking whatever information on it, and you make a decision on that. So which industries would be interesting industries?
So we are pretty horizontal and broad-based, but we focus a lot where quality matters and scale matters. So a bunch of our customers, they're building either a AI lawyer or an AI scientist or a AI insurance underwriter or a AI salesperson or so it's very much knowledge work. Of course, coding agents, I should mention, like a bunch of coding agents, code review agents. So if you think of like taking some category of AI in finance, some category of knowledge workers, as you start building AIs in order to either make people more productive or replacing certain tasks or workflows, most of those pieces of work have an element of requiring some information that is on the web. And so that is where we get used most often.
How you make money? I mean, what's the business model then?
It's just API calls. People pay us by the API calls. And people use, all of our products are APIs.
Yeah.
Our products are used by small developers, startups, and enterprises. Everyone buys the APIs. People pay OpenAI API by the tokens. People pay us by the API call.
Yeah, but it's interesting because I think there's been also recently lawsuits where a lot of the content provider are like, hey, you're stealing my information. We don't have a really deal here. You've got AI scrapping all over the stuff. We need to make money. So I think one thing that we've talked about is, when you are at Twitter, you're quite familiar being in the middle. Because on one side, you've got the government who wants access to data privacy. On the other side, you've got consumers who are like, don't touch, and you've got to navigate that. In this situation, if I'm hearing you correctly, you've got on one side content owners that want to get paid. On the other side, you've got sort of AI agents and platforms that want to avoid payments. So how do you broker this thing?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great parallel to draw, no pun intended. If you think about the why behind starting Parallel, it was that I grew up in this era of the open web, and it's why I ended up at Twitter. Open content is better, right? More people have access to more direct content, better. I think the web is open, and one of the first things I did was built a bunch of ad systems at Twitter. And we all hate ads, but ads is why the web is open, right? So now the question is, in this era, the agents are different from humans, not just in how they technically process information, but they also break all of the business models that have existed on the web, right? The business model around search ads, recommendation systems on social, app install ads, AdSense. They're subscriptions by the seat for the New York Times. All of these business models do not work when agents use the web, right? So what are we seeing? We are seeing if you don't come up with the right business models, what does a content owner get to do? A content owner can...
It reminds me a little bit of what happened to the music industry. People kept downloading their own music. At some point, the industry said, enough, let's make a deal and sort something out.
Yeah.
Is it similar or am I different?
It's similar and different, but let me tell you one fascinating thing from the music story, right? Like there was an era where everyone was, like there's Napster and BitTorrent and all of these, and they still exist, by the way.
Yeah.
And some people perhaps use them, but less so. It's because people built amazing products and packaged them like Spotify, Apple Music, and made deals. Now, not everyone is happy with the deals, right? But it works.
Yeah.
It took a while for the music industry to become bigger than it used to be before the world changed on it, right? Now, in this case, though, the default path today appears to be content owners either shut down shop saying, I'm going to block everyone's agents, right? Now, that's not good for them because they're cutting off their customers. It's not good for customers because they want their agents to be able to read information so that they can save themselves time or they can get curated information. And yet, it is where things are going because we haven't figured out how to incentive align them. And the only deals that we've seen happen historically before we showed up were these fixed price deals with like a large lab or like a Google, right? Like you go and say, okay, I'm News Corp. I'm going to transact all access pass for 2 years. Now, I think that's not true incentive alignment. And I think coming back to your question around being stuck in the middle, I think you're not stuck in the middle if you figure out how to incentive align both sides. One of the things we've built at Parallel over the last couple of years with all the data we have, with all the traffic we have, is this model that essentially tries to rigorously measure the marginal contribution of information from a content owner. And then we try to pay them for it, right?
But you get to choose the value, which is quite interesting. You get to choose what the content costs and what the content gets paid for on both sides.
We build the model that does that calculation based on data we have.
Okay.
But the model is based on this. We get to choose in the same sense as for people familiar with ads. In ads, people used to run these second price auctions, wherein you will come and say, okay, I'm willing to pay $1 for this, but you might get it for 40 cents. You can frame it as saying that Google chose that. But it's really auction pressure.
Of course,
choosing it.
Yeah.
In the same sense, the math we're now doing is this concept called Shapley math, which is fundamentally about if 3 people collaborate and create a lot of value, how do you divide it up so that everyone's incentivized to collaborate?
Well, it's like good old negotiation from business school, align
Exactly.
incentives. It's getting to yes, 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 right?
But the amazing thing here is we get to encode that in models which run that and calculate the output of a negotiation at a web scale, right? So you're running these millions and millions of agents, each of them reading 1,000, sometimes 100,000 pages. And then you're running, using GPUs, math to figure out for $1 that a bank spent in understanding the market for something, these 30 cents get divided across these 10 really valuable content sources.
So maybe it's super interesting because I think trust is going to be very important. And you've got a lot of experience. Obviously, you founded this business 3 years ago. You're kind of a disruptor. You're throwing a new business model out there. What I'm really super interested in, not the Elon Musk question, but which I think everyone's thinking about in the room, but I've got a different one for you, is you were the CTO at Twitter. You then became the CEO. And then now you're a founder. So in those 2 transitions, which one do you think has been the most rewarding for you or the most stretching for you? And what did you learn from it? Is it the CEO to founder or the CTO to CEO?
I think they're different in their own regards. I think the interesting thing is, at least I think of these transitions as what muscle you might have built in the previous job that you must completely lose or unlearn, right? So if you think about the job of a CTO at a large organization, 6, 7, 8,000 people, it is to look around at the organization, the leadership, the business, and try to see what is the gap And how can you shape yourself to be most effective in the context of business, in the context of the others around the table, right? One person leaves and you have to go fill some gap, some part of a gap. A new person gets hired, you have to go fill a different gap. And so if you're aligned big picture, believe in the mission, and versatile, that works well and you get to be a more effective leader. The day you become the CEO, if you start doing that, your company is going to die, right? At that point, you have to shape the rest of the company to whoever or whatever you are. You can't be shaping yourself to others around you or to the business. You have to shape the business around you.
And now that you're a founder, and then maybe that's the last kind of
with founder, that's that part which feels a little bit forced when you're not the founder comes easy, because like you're there on day one and literally your personality gets encoded without intentionality into what the company becomes, what the team becomes, and like what the business is. You get to pick it. You get to pick every one of these ingredients. The thing you have to unlearn, I had to unlearn from Twitter to Parallel, is almost everything you might want to do as a leader at a large company, you do not want to do at a pre-product market fit business. And most things that would have been considered good ways of doing things in the past are probably bad ways of doing things in a world of AI, right? So now there are these two simultaneous big differences. So you kind of have to, we all have this instinct that like, oh, I have seen it done this way and it was fine. Or we have an instinct, which is, I did it this way. And so similar circumstance, like our human instinct is to become creatures of habit. Yeah. So here you have to become really, really rigorous about like, okay, I'm going to try to understand the why behind every way I did things and challenge it and assume that it was wrong and does not apply to the circumstance. So instead of assuming that it translates, I like to assume that it does not translate.
Well, we're all going to watch you quite carefully. It's an incredible journey that you've had. I'd love to be sitting to you in 5 years when you've scaled and see whether that theory still works and whether your 1,000 should be 100,000 that the AI agents.
It should definitely be 100. Probably 100,000 to 1 million. I'll place it somewhere in there right now.
Amazing. Farai, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue at Raise the Stakes Final, the largest startup competition within the world of AI in the world. My name is Shahab, I'm lead ecosystem at Raise Summits, and this is my favorite moment of the year. Not because I get the 15 minutes of fame, I will be bragging about it though, but because over the past 2 days, we've had the legends of the industry, champions within the industry, from the world of AI, from builders to founders to policymakers to investors, right at this stage. However, now we give the chance to 3 startups to pitch their company, which most probably will get the chance to be part of the panels of 2027 for Raise Summit. Before we start, I would like to give you a bit of an introduction about Raise the Stakes, which is a startup competition of Raise Summit for the 2026 edition. This year, we're backed by 2 of the most prominent organizations within the world. The first one being Backblaze, created by one founder going through IPO, and the second one, Google for Startups and Google DeepMind, which I'm sure that all of you know them. The numbers for Raise the Stakes for 2026 speak for themselves. This year, we've had over 1,100 applications. 750 of those companies got qualified through our VC lens that we go. They've raised over 200 million from 79 different countries, 800 million in valuation, and we've had it with 10 sponsors for this year. Before we start the startup competition completely and I invite our juries on the stage, I just want to give a massive thank you to our sponsors and backers for this year. Companies such as Vanta, Crusoe, Exa, Mozilla, SUSE, Grafana Labs, HydraHost, Vintage, and also our biggest partner for this year's, which helped us manage the entire deal flow, a company called Dilim. Once we have the startup competition each year, after receiving all the applications, we choose the top 100. You see the logos in the back? Remember them. These companies will be the future of our world. After going through the top 100, we have a very difficult decision to make, that we have to choose the top 10. Now, the top 10 have been invited to raise on 2 different tracks. They have pitched yesterday, and 3 of them have been chosen to pitch today. The first one, Neural Trust, second one, CurryGen, and the third one, Strawberry Browser. Now, I would like to invite our jury on stage. Please, a round of applause. It is absolutely incredible to have you all 3 here. It is one of the things that we really thought about also for this year on how we want to create this panel, is that having first someone such as you, Gleb, a founder and the CEO of a company which has gone through IPO, and you have stayed within the company, which is something that is quite rare, and incredible to have you with us this year. Also, Cyril, which is running as a head of VCs and startups within Google. And on the other side, also Luke with us, which is a partner at NEA. Now, before we start, I would like to give the floor to Gleb to give quite a little presentations in terms of Backblaze. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, first of all, it's great to be here. I know we're at the end of 2 very, very busy days. Lots of amazing conversations, lots of very interesting AI startups and AI development. So we're not going to spend a lot of time here before we get into the 3 startup presentations, where I know everybody probably has lots of fun events going on tonight. I'll tell you just maybe in a couple words why we are excited to be here as Backblaze. You know, Jan LeCun was talking just before here about the trillions of words that are out on the internet, and how in the first 4 years of our lives, we consume that amount of content ourselves through video. As we think about the data that's getting created, the data that's being created every single day for AI and by AI, the data volumes are just exploding. And it's what the core of all the AI workflows are. So Backblaze is a cloud storage company. We service AI natives, AI scaled companies, neoclouds, and others. And we're really excited to be that foundational layer for all that data set. We also have a program called Flamethrower. So for all of those of you that are doing startups, it's a program to help you get off the ground so that you can build and focus on the building, not focus on the costs of the infrastructure. So one thing I'll say is the 3 startups that we're going to see, I'm very excited to see their presentations. They should be incredibly proud of being here and getting chosen out of the 1,000+ startups. But also all the other 1,000 startups are also building and creating the future that we're all going to be part of. About 20 years ago, we started Backblaze, and we were told, it's not possible, Amazon's out there, other companies are out there, it's never going to happen, right? You can't compete, you can't build something in that space. And not only did we do it, we built it, we bootstrapped it, and we took it all the way to IPO. And today we have a cloud storage platform that is serving over 500,000 customers in 175 countries around the world, one of the largest cloud storage platforms out there, and a core part of many of the AI companies. So I think the 3 that we're going to see and the 1,000 that we didn't get to see but are out there building, they have an incredible future, I think, ahead of them, and probably the speed of AI enabling them is going to make that even faster and more successful. So really excited to see them. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We'll look forward to it.
Cyril, now I would like to give the floor to you.
Yeah, I'll be sweet and short because I think we are the last one before you and the football match tonight and the final competition.
Yeah.
So I'm Cyril from Google. I'm part of the Google for Startup team. So basically our team globally is here to provide any support to founders, from access to Google DeepMind, the credit program for using our cloud technology AI model, to any connection with our ad ecosystem. We are here to help at any scale, from early stage to late stage company. Feel free to reach out after the competition tonight or through LinkedIn. Thanks for having us for the last 2 days.
Thank you very much, Cyril. And Luke, if I may ask you to give a quick introduction about yourself as well.
Happy to. My name is Luke Pappas. I'm a partner at NEA. I've been with the firm for almost 9 years now. For those that aren't familiar, NEA is a classic venture capital firm. We've been investing, actually NEA turns 50 next year, so many years investing in technology and health tech. Today we're investing our 18th fund, which is a little bit over $6 billion in capital. And we love to invest with companies from as early, pre-seed and seed, all the way through, eventually going public one day and becoming, long-standing companies that we all come to know and use in our either personal lives or our professional lives. But it's great to be here. Our European team, which is one of the team that I'm a part of, is based in London. It's a very easy train ride to come here. Always fun to come to Paris and meet many of the great companies. Although I think many of the three that we have on stage today are actually not French startups. So we're looking forward to hearing their pitches. And thank you all for staying and listening to the presentations. I'll pause and get ready for the next what we have in store.
Absolutely. That's actually one of the most interesting parts, what you said, because this year we received applications from 79 different countries. And it's one of the things that we're quite proud that we can bring in the international crowd to Paris to raise and put them in front of an audience which can also help them become the company and reach the potential that they have. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite our first company to come on stage and pitch for 3 minutes, Neural Trust.
Hi everyone, my name is Rodrigo and I'm the CMO at Neural Trust, the leading European solution for AI agent cybersecurity. Today, every company is deploying AI agents. However, how many of those agents are being secured? How many of you actually know what your agents are doing? These agents are having access to sensitive databases, tools, MCP servers, CRMs, even payment systems. And the risk surface is becoming overwhelming. However, traditional cybersecurity is no longer enough for this reality. We carried out a survey with more than 160 CISOs from different sectors and identified that 96% of them consider AI agents their greatest concern. 84% of the agents, when stress tested, are leaking sensitive data, and 72% of organizations do not have any security measure in place. That's why we built Neural Trust. Neural Trust is the centralized platform for AI security, and we make this possible with 4 products. First, with Trust Lens, we identify how many agents are running and what they're doing. With Trust Test, we red team the agents to find any vulnerabilities before the attackers do. With Trust Gate, we can block the agents at runtime in case they want to do something dangerous, like, for example, leaking sensitive data or deleting a database. And finally, with Trust Guard, you can enforce policies at runtime. This is what end-to-end agent security looks like. This technology is already being implemented across European banks, airlines, health, retail, energy companies, and even governments. We have a leading end-to-end latency of less than 100 milliseconds. And we are also leading in multilingual detection accuracy. We can integrate across any model, LLM, MCP server, tool. We say that if it's agentic, we can protect it. Neural Trust has been recognized as a leader by analyst firms like Gartner, Forrester, KPMG. We are very uniquely positioned to become global leaders in AI security. And we are the only solution that has the official endorsement of the European Union through the European Innovation Council. This means that the EU has invested in the company, it has endorsed that, and also it means that we're very close with the regulation that is happening here. This means that we can help our clients to stay fully aligned with the EU AI Act, GDPR, and similar frameworks. Very recently, we have raised a $20 million seed round, the largest seed round for an EU cybersecurity company. Our team is already close to 40 people, and we have opened an office in London, Munich, and our headquarters in Barcelona. Just to wrap up, I wanted to reflect about the idea that every technology in history needed to be trusted before it could be deployed. And for agents, neural trust is the solution. We are building the security layer for a world where AI agents operate at scale. Thank you very much.
Now, to the next part, I would like to ask our juries for the Q&A portion. Gleb, do you have any question for Rodrigo?
So I'll say, first of all, that running a company, one of the top things that I've talked to our board about is the concerns and threats of agents and the security implications for us. So I echo your problem that you're presenting, right? I guess I'm curious, in a world where Fable and Mythic and all the things are evolving as fast as they're evolving on the security threat side, how do you view keeping up with it so that it's not the type of thing where what you wouldn't want, I guess, as a company saying, I use you and I had a breach or I had a disaster, right? So how do you think about that keeping up with the changes?
Yeah, so actually Mythos is pointing out to the vulnerabilities, and Neural Trust is helping to solve those vulnerabilities. So we're collaborating with, as I said, banks, airlines, these kind of companies that need help with the remediation for the vulnerabilities that they are discovering. And also, as this technology evolves very fast, they don't want to rely in these big providers that can be unpredictable, and they can change their models very fast, or they can change their platforms. So that's why they need a partner to secure them in this evolving and very complex threat landscape.
I have two quick ones. Well, the first one's quick. The second one, maybe a bit more detailed. But the first one, you have 4 different products on the product page. I forget the naming convention, but when a customer adopts your solution, do they have to have all 4? Are you seeing, or is it individual? And are you seeing maybe more usage in one versus the other 3?
Yeah, so the platform includes the 4 products, so usually we will sell the 4 of them together. But it's true that depending on the level of AI development that the company has, sometimes they only choose 1 or 2 of the products. No? So it's a platform that can be deployed in different modules. We see that the greatest traction is the security part. No? Like the unique differentiator for Neural Trust is having a gateway that actually secures and actually blocks agent actions. So this is definitely our star product.
You mentioned some of your customers mentioning some banks. The go-to-market is focusing on enterprise today. Can you elaborate a bit on your go-to-market and focus customers?
Yes, so today we have more than 20 paying customers, and 92% of our clients are $1 billion plus companies in revenue. So this is an enterprise solution. No? It's built for large companies that operate hundreds of agents. No? It's precisely when you have hundreds of agents that you are eventually going to need this kind of solution. No? It's not made for small companies that have a couple of agents. No? It's made for companies that are really investing heavily on AI.
Maybe I'll ask my second one. You mentioned, I don't remember the name of it, but in the presentation you mentioned a regulation or certification you have from the EU. How much are your customers asking you for that? Like, is that something that they are asking you for? Is that helping you in your go-to-market? Or is it just like a nice differentiator to have relative to the rest of the landscape?
Yeah, to be honest.
Please answer.
Yeah, being European is actually an advantage for us because a lot of the European banks, airlines, and these kind of companies, they want their data to stay in Europe. So they're actually looking for providers in Europe. And at the moment, we're the leaders in Europe. So that's actually helping us a lot to close clients.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo.
Thank you.
Now to our juries, I would like to ask you for your feedback. What did you think of the pitch and the company itself? What do you think on the potential? Would love to hear your thoughts first, Pep.
So like I said, from a problem and a market perspective, it's obviously huge. I mean, it's a board level challenge, right? I think I thought it was very thoughtful to say, here are the 4 different steps of the problem, right? So it's not just, okay, we're going to block it, right? Here's the breakdown of it. I think one of the things that I feel like I missed maybe was what provides them the unique differentiation to be able to solve this, because there are obviously a ton of security companies and a number of very large security companies. So I didn't hear exactly why they were uniquely positioned to be the company to solve that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought you hit on some really important points in your questioning. I agree. Like, it's tough in a pitch like this where you have 3 minutes to really go into some of those details. But like, if you think about just at a high level, agents are everywhere. Like, that means way more attack vectors than have ever existed before. So the why now for a company like this makes a lot of sense. I think the specifics is where you make your money as an investor and as a founder of a company like this. Because to your point in your questioning, like, the tools that attackers are using today are evolving so incredibly quickly that maybe even beyond the capabilities of a 30, 40-year security analyst can manage, because that's how powerful these models are. So digging into the actual solution, how much does the solution leverage these best-in-class technologies? Are they building their own models for some of these specific use cases? That's something that I would have a lot of, an interest in digging into deeper. But I will say one other thing is, this company's raised $20 million, which is a good signal, because hopefully that investor base has done some of that work. So, but the why now question is certainly, it's definitely a big need in the market.
Absolutely.
Nothing to add. Quite impressed by the velocity and the recent funding and the ability to engage with enterprise such as bank on security. Definitely it means something, but definitely 3 minutes is way too short to evaluate it, if I may.
Absolutely. There's always a lot more.
We double the time for the second one.
Yeah.
Stay a bit longer.
There's always need for due diligence. Now I would like to invite our second company to pitch on stage, Kinga from Curigen.
Hello, my name is Kinga Matua. I'm a CEO and founder of Curigen, and we develop the Google Maps for human cell, a new way to understand biology and make drug discovery more predictable. Bringing a single drug to the market takes on average 15 years, $4 billion, and 97% of programs fail. The problem is not lack of AI. The problem is that current models are trained on incomplete data that do not capture how cells actually work. That's why we created our first flagship platform that allows us to see what is happening inside the cells as they respond to treatments. Instead of guessing how the drug works by having incomplete picture, we can, for the first time, see biology in action. And it works. We did 3 projects with pharma companies. We published very exciting results. We generated revenue 600K, and we are scaling it up. But data isn't enough. We are building lab-in-the-loop system. Our AI tells us what experiments to run. We go to the lab, we validate it, and with every cycle we run, our model becomes more predictive and more grounded. Most of the models tells us what happened. Our model also tells us how that happened and what to do next. And because of that, we can discover novel drug targets. We support understanding of mechanisms of action of therapeutic modalities, and we also decide which patients can enter clinical trials. We are B2B tech bio startup, and we work with pharma companies. We start with pilot projects, and we scale them to strategic partnerships with licensing options. But we also build the whole platform to establish our own drug discovery programs. Most of companies compete on AI models. We believe that AI drug discovery is biology-first problem. We build biology, but also better models. And because we build our own proprietary technology, we generate the data that doesn't exist yet. We build causal models, and because of that, we can develop better drugs. And that isn't a future vision. That is happening right now. NVIDIA, OpenAI, Google, everyone is betting on AI, biology, and foundational models. We believe that leaders will have both AI and biology powering it. We're a team of serial entrepreneurs with pharma, business, and scientific background. We have people from industry. We have people who brought drugs to the market. I'm also a former oncological patient, so Curogen is also deeply personal to me. Currently, we are raising seed investment round to scale our platform and establish our own drug discovery programs. Help us to win the finals, and if you would like to invest in our company, we'll welcome you on board. Thank you.
Back to the funding you just mentioned, would be the use of the money raised for the next round?
So we want actually to establish our own lab to basically start the generation of data at scale. Our KPI for seed investment round is to establish 2 drug development programs and also further develop the initial technology that we have. Scale it up actually for example, solid tissues to also target different cancers in oncology because we are specializing in oncology and also immune oncology, but also we want to build the biggest database for immune profiling.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the data that you're working with? That
Absolutely.
seems to be one of the most important parts of, I think, this category of companies.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hear more about that.
Yes, so I'm a scientist by training. I spent 15 years in science, and I had the pleasure to join the group that is specializing in single-cell multiomics. The technology that we developed is actually single-cell multiomic tool. So most of what we know about biology comes from bulk experiments. We smash the cells, we do a smoothie, and we look at the average response. We are one of the pioneers in this field where we zoom into every individual cell, and we extract multiple layers of information that allows us to understand how diseased cells behave, but also how they respond to different types of treatments. This is systems biology approach, which is actually not applied and done yet by people because it's actually very difficult from technological point of view. We have developed the platform for the past 8 years. We have also 15 years of experience in the single-cell multiomic field, hard to copy, high barrier of entry for the other people. Is also patented. We are talking about 1,000-step workflow to generate the data.
So I was actually going to ask basically the same question because it sounded like you were the differentiation that you were providing
Yes.
was in the way that you were getting the data set.
Actually, this is an interesting story because we created this technology. When I joined actually the group as a postdoc, there was one pharma company that came to us and said, actually, guys, Houston, we have a problem. We have one drug that was FDA approved and it started to fail. Please help us actually to develop the technology because definitely we're missing something. So our goal was not to establish a startup first. We created the technology. Next pharma companies started to come with same problems. And then actually we thought like, okay, we have unique data. Now actually we have to think how to scale it up. So then we came up with this idea of the virtual cell model where we can plug unique data, where we can actually generate everything in the lab in a structured way, because we have the technology and no one actually has it. So we are basically building on that.
Interesting. Maybe one other question, how do you charge for this and what is the scale of that opportunity?
So we have actually one person from in silico medicine on our team, the most successful AI drug discovery. So we are actually applying standard TechBio playbook. So we work actually with pharma companies doing R&D partnership. We start with pilot projects, typically 250K, 3 months, but we upfront negotiate longer collaboration with milestone payments and royalties if we discover something novel. Since we are sitting on lots of data, we can also license several times the same data to pharma companies, license the model, but also we build the whole platform and we have our own data to discover novel drug targets and establish and scale them inside the company.
Thank you.
Luke, did you have a question?
No, that was sufficient for me. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We would love to know your feedback on the pitch and the company as well.
I can start this session. I thought it was a very well done presentation. I will say I think this category, it's not as obvious as the previous presentation because we don't all interact with this technology as we do with agents today. But I do think it requires, it is a big need in the market. And I will say from an investment point of view, I don't have the technical depth or the market understanding, maybe my colleagues on the med team that would know this space better than me. But where we are seeing a lot of successful companies right now kind of away from the core like large language model companies that make general purpose models is these very specialty models with very unique data sets, which is why I asked the question around data. If you have proprietary data and you can train sort of one of these other models with that data set and target a very specific use case, I think the value you can serve for those like customers is very high. The question then is how much will they pay for it? I was hoping to maybe ask about the business model and how they get paid, because if it's only when you discover a drug, for example, that could be a long process. But I do think this category of company is the right time in the market for this. So that's my quick feedback.
Thank you.
Nothing specific to that. Maybe one quick concern is that, but maybe something I didn't catch up totally is it feels like they address many topics and diseases today. Maybe the team is huge, but I feel like the company is still young. So maybe it's the only lack of focus is quite, again, after a 3-minute pitch, easy to challenge, but it would be my only concern.
Yeah, I mean, I think, same, I don't have the depth in the bio side of it to really judge, but I think that the large language models have access to a volume of data, but the experience, it sounds like, that Kinga has and her team has, and the depth of effort and the 8 years it took to get to a place of building the workflow for the data generation sounds like a pretty unique asset that can be pretty valuable.
Absolutely, that's actually very important that you say. As we had also James yesterday on our panel for the startup competition, one thing that he kept mentioning to the founders is that you always invest in the founder themselves. The product can change and they can pivot over time and the company can become something completely different. However, it's always the founders who make the final bet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, finally, to our final startup, which will be pitching on stage, I would like to invite Charles from Strawberry Browser.
Hi everyone, my name is Charles. I'm the CEO of Strawberry, and we have built the greatest AI agent platform for team collaboration. It's a browser. Now, before I tell you why the browser is the perfect platform for AI agents, let me tell you what the flaws are of the other platforms. So most agent tools are built for engineers. So they're way too complex for the average team. However, the less complex tools usually don't have access to the full context of your team. So what you end up with is every team using different AI tools and nothing getting shared. That's why we built Strawberry. Since Strawberry is a browser, everyone, even your least technical colleague, can get started in minutes. And since it is a browser, it can easily access all of your tools, apps, and context simply by opening tabs. And finally, we have added comprehensive team collaboration features to Strawberry so that agents and skills are shared by default. So how does it work? Well, to prepare for a race, I simply asked Strawberry, hey, who should I meet? Strawberry then opened the race website. It clicked through, found hundreds of people, their LinkedIn profiles added to our CRM, and then created this dashboard that you can see right here. All in about 15 minutes, whilst I worked in a different tab. And this is just one example. We have tens of thousands of users running everything from their recruiting to their sales to their customer support inside of Strawberry. And teams are actually switching from Claude, from ChatGPT, from vertical AI agents to Strawberry. And they're switching because Strawberry is actually better. When we look at research and web benchmarks, Strawberry outperforms all of the Foundation Model Labs agents platforms. And we're just getting started. We've raised $6 million from some of the best investors in the world. We're a team of 15 people, and we're moving extremely fast. Because we believe that we're at the dawn of a new internet. An internet where trillions of AI agents will be communicating with each other autonomously. This is the biggest opportunity in the agent space right now, and we cannot let it be controlled by a handful of American companies. So that's why we're going to be much more than just an agentic browser. We're going to invent new protocols for the internet. We're going to build mobile apps and cloud infrastructure. We're going to train and host our own models. And ultimately, we are going to become the force that provides the agentic web to the world's companies in a safe and accessible way. Thank you.
Now to our juries.
All right, so I love the ambition. I guess maybe just a first part, like on your first part of your journey, right? Building a browser is something that Microsoft has done, Apple, like companies that had mass distribution access to be able to get those browsers out into the hands of people. Beyond building a better browser, how are you getting the mass adoption of that?
Absolutely. So concretely, what we're looking at is a mix of organic growth. We have growth loops inside of the application. We have strong incentives for people to invite their colleagues and their friends into Strawberry. That's how you get the most value out of it. But I would also just say that when we talk about Strawberry, we don't really frame it as much as a browser, as a platform for teams to start using agents. And when you start showing people what Strawberry can do in either videos or paid acquisition eventually, it's very clear that this is a completely new tool. It's like bringing in an employee, right? And then, of course, we have the enterprise sales motion, which we have began working on now. We actually signed our first contract last week, which feels amazing. And then it's all about just showing like how incredibly much better this is than the existing tools, such as Microsoft Copilot, which is absolute garbage, and even how it compares to a tool like Claude Cowork, which will be much slower and more expensive in a workflow such as outreach on LinkedIn.
If I just push a little bit, Charles, on talking about Strawberry as a platform versus a browser, what makes if you are building in the browser space, what makes you a platform? What are the functions, the capabilities of Strawberry that you wouldn't have in another browser, as an example?
Absolutely. So we are, from a technical perspective, moving more of our agentic infra to the cloud. So the browser essentially becomes the interface that the agent uses to access, for instance, your LinkedIn or your Instagram or your legacy CRM dashboard that was created in the 90s by someone on your team, right? If we're talking about enterprise use cases. And the actual agentic infrastructure would be running in the cloud, so you would be able to reach it from your phone or from Slack. So it's an all-encompassing agent experience that we try to make as delightful and intuitive as possible, right? I think these LLMs deserve more than a blank slate of messages and a chat input, which is what we're seeing today. It wasn't really shown in the pitch, but we try to make our agents super delightful so that adoption becomes much better.
Thanks for not mentioning Chrome as a competitor. Quick question around the next funding. Maybe it's not a competitor. Next question for the funding. What's the next funding round? Working on it or no need?
Absolutely. So we are definitely going to be raising a round closer towards the end of the year. But we're still extremely focused on just growth and product. So fundraising is not on the top of the mind right now, but it will happen this year for sure.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Charles. This would be a tough feedback. We'd love to hear what you guys think.
I mean, most great companies start with a grand vision. So there's no shortage of grand vision that came from that, right? I did feel like it wasn't as clear what we would get different in some ways, right? The idea of collaborating through a browser is not a unique concept. There are significant companies doing that. It sounds like there's a lot of passion, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of desire for a great experience, which I do believe actually is a core differentiator that people can provide, but less maybe detail behind some of those things.
Thank you, Gleb.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of using the product a little bit before when it was first launched, and I think the challenging thing too. It's interesting to hear that they're going more toward the enterprise now, because when you think about consumer, and especially driving adoption, I mean, you mentioned Chrome, like. Try and get someone into a new chat platform, or trying to get somebody into a new browser platform. You have so much history, so much familiarity with the tool. That changeover is very hard. It's easier when you have someone in an enterprise context say, we're buying this and everyone has to adopt it. But every individual user, I think when Charles mentioned Strawberry is better when you have more friends involved. That makes sense, because now you have more network, you have more reason to be there. But that, I think that is one of the big challenges for this category. But I love what you said about big vision, and a team that moves very quickly, is super hungry, and has I think great motivation. That combination is, I think, why you raised what this company raised money, because that is like what you look for as a venture investor. So I think it's a tough category, but a really compelling team with a huge vision.
Yeah, nothing specific to add. I love the energy and the vision. Clear doubt on the distribution. Back to your point.
Thank you very much to our judges. Now, I would like to invite you three for a deliberation that you can decide who will be the number 3, the second, and the winner of Raise the Stakes 2026, if you may.
Is that backstage, or are we doing it now?
No, you can do it right here.
Okay.
We want all transparency. We showcase every part of this process.
Oh, you want this to be a live discussion?
Not live discussion. You can discuss it without the microphones.
Okay.
But this is one of the interesting parts of this year for Raise the Stakes. In 2025, we had the startup competition. The companies that were part of the top 10, their valuation was somewhere between 5 to 15 million. And within a year, their valuation reached about 150 million. This year, what we saw was that the top 10 companies that came through for 2026, they have actually had raised 56 million qualitative altogether, and a valuation of 160 million. This by itself, it just shows how fast this industry is moving, the amount of adoption and change that we'll be going through throughout the future, and we cannot wait to see what 2027 is going to look like. We may even be in a position that we may need to change from startup competition to a scale-up competition with the way that it's going, and also with the 3 companies that pitched today. And we really do believe that at least one of the top 10 founders which have pitched at Raise will be a unicorn within the next few years. And we'd love to actually, something that I said before, would love to have one of them in a position that it can be at part of the panels on the agenda of Raise Summit for 2027 as well. The moment of truth will be coming within a few seconds. It was quite incredible and very fortunate for us to have the 3 profiles here with us this year, as someone such as Gleb creating a company, also going through IPO, and on the other side having Luke with a VC lens and also coming from the venture capital industry, and also Cyril on the other side, understanding both the startup ecosystem and also the enterprise ecosystem on how these companies can scale is one of the main goals that we had for this year. And we're going to have all 3 of them with 3 different opinions to be picking the number 1 winner of Raise the Stake 2026. I understand. This is the best part of Raise the Stakes. We will bring so many good qualities that you guys will have to take a lot of time to choose. Now, the founders in the back, I apologize. You'll be hearing the news very soon, and we'll be bringing you on stage. I would like to ask Gleb to announce. Taking the third place.
Starting with number 3.
Taking the third place.
Okay, so I think for starters, the fact that, as you saw, there was a lot of deliberation back and forth is because all 3 are quite impressive, right? And all 3 had strong reasons why they should be number 1, right? So it's hard to decide, but at the end of the day, we said for third place, NeuroTrust. For second place, which always, I guess, gives away the first place.
Yeah.
For second place, Strawberry. And finally, for first place, Curigen.
Now I would like to invite you all. We take a group photo first with the number winner of Raise the Stakes 2026. You can move. Can come a bit further? Yeah, just right. I would like to also invite our third and second place to the stage as well, and we take a group photo together. Please, a round of applause for them. You can stay. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our juries. Next year, raise agenda. Congratulations to you all. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. See you guys in 2027 for Raise the Stakes. Pardon? That's it for 2026. See you guys for 2027. I hope you enjoyed it.
Good evening, everyone. Before anything else, I would like to start with a number that I just received a couple of minutes ago. We were more than 12,000 attendees this week in Paris to make Paris the capital of the world of AI, and I think that figure itself deserves a big round of applause, so I think we can congratulate ourselves. Raise is still a very young story where everything has been moving at a pace we couldn't imagine. We launched it 2.5 years ago with this crazy idea to build the world's AI platform, the kind of idea that's hard to materialize and picture until it gets real. And like most ventures, it all started with a bet from our co-founder that are standing behind me, who believed in Henry and myself when we pitched a vision, being two random 26-year-old guys saying with far more confidence and experience that they wanted to build the best AI event in the world. And I think we did it in the end. We did our first edition in April 2024, and we already felt at the time that the industry needed a platform like this, but everything was still to be built. Last year, we came here to the Louvre, gathered a bit more than 7,000 participants, and Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, called Raise the fastest growing AI and tech conference in Europe and perhaps in history. When you hear something like that, someone of that caliber, you have two options. Either you frame it, hang it on the wall, and just feel good about yourselves, or you ask yourself the other questions. How can we actually live up to it? We chose the second option, and we spent the last 12 months with redefining everything from scratch, every interaction, every moment, from first principle to match the stakes of AI today. And what you've seen this week was the result. First, with Machina, held on Tuesday at Station F, that gathered a bit more than 2,000 participants, exceeded all our expectations, with the same DNA as Raise and a stellar team to bring to life. So we can congratulate them again. Then there was this dream we'd been carrying for a while, hosting a dinner at the Castle of Versailles. We dreamt about it, and on Tuesday night, more than 800 of you were having dinner in the gardens of Versailles. And I think we can say with confidence that we probably organized the most iconic AI dinner in the world. So again, congratulations to us for that. And then the CXO Summit, tremendously organized by our Chief of Staff, Riwo Hassan. Because the hardest question today is not about what the technology can do, but how to make it work inside real-life organization. So we decided to gather the best decision makers from top corporations to discuss what's really at stake at the enterprise level, and we'll double down on this initiative next year. And this year, more than ever, we managed to gather the most consequential voices in the space. The All-In podcast on this very stage yesterday, our friends from NICE, we rang the bell 2 months ago in New York, and of course the words of the French president himself that opened the summit with a special address to our community. On that note, I'd like to address a specific thank you to all of our partners, sponsors. You were the ones who first ignited the first sparks of Raise. You remain our backbone, and we can't thank you enough for your trust and commitment over the past 2 years. The Louvre has been our home for the past 2 years, and it's with a bit of emotion, but also excitement that we say goodbye to this venue tonight, as we'll be moving to the Palais des Congrès next year. A venue that fits what Raise has become. We've doubled the size that we have this year, and we're really excited to unveil new initiatives very soon about 2027. And on that note, I'm thrilled to officially announce we'll come back next year, July 7 and 8, 2027, to gather the whole AI ecosystem once again in Paris. So we're looking forward to it. And last, I wanted to congratulate the amazing team behind Raise. I'm really impressed by what we've achieved collectively this year. Everything you've experienced this week, every session that started on time, every power cuts that we managed to solve at the end, they're the ones behind that. It's an all-year-long collective work for more than 50 people from behind the curtains to make you live the best experience as possible. And I think they're the ones who deserve the biggest round of applause, and I'm calling them all on stage right now with us. Thank you, everyone, and see you next year. Thank you.
Don't you know, we're talking about a revolution. It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know, we're talking about a revolution. It sounds like a whisper. While they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution. It sounds whisper. Poor people gonna rise up, get their share. Poor people gonna rise up, take what's theirs. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. Oh, I said you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Oh no, talking about a revolution. Oh, while they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution. Sounds like a whisper. And finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Oh no, talking about a revolution. Oh no, talking about a revolution.